Good morning, everyone. Hello, let's check the audio. The audio is good. Perfect. Welcome to the TEVO Little Monster live build. I'm excited for this one. I really want to see how this thing turns out. That looked weird on the preview screen with the package right there. After the Black Widow build, which, we'll just forget about. We'll just say that never happened. Well, it happened. But TEVO backed up from that and said, yeah, okay, the machine wasn't quite what they were expecting, and they will be sending an upgrade pack. So not doing the Black Widow right now. We'll look at that at a later date. So, just forget that thing exists. Let's look at the TEVO Little Monster Delta in like a, in its own space. Let's try to stay neutral here, as always. I don't know, I didn't want to start out the stream like that, but here we go. So yeah, this is the package, obviously. I mean, it is a pretty large printer. This one sells for around $900. It's a pretty huge machine, so print volume wise, it's about as large as the Cerberus Reborn, which is a 30 diameter by 50. I think this one is 32 centimeters diameter by 50 centimeters tall. It's a pretty large machine. It's a pretty decently large machine, selling for 900 euros, dollars in that price range. So it is quite a step up from the machines that TEVO has been doing in the last few months, years. I don't know how long they've been around. So yeah, it's twice as expensive as the Black Widow. The Black Widow is twice as expensive as the Tarantula. So, it's a pretty premium package here. And this one is 24 kilograms. So it is actually a huge printer that we're going to build. I'm hoping my camera angles are going to be up to that. So commercial invoice, that's like the first thing that was pinned to the box right here. And this one did, holy crap, it doesn't even fit on that camera angle. This one was shipped to me by TEVO, unannounced more or less. One day DHL just rung me up and was like, hey dude, we've got a package from China here and it's taking up a bunch of space for us. Do you have like a proper invoice? Because the invoice they sent was $200 US, which I guess they didn't really believe. So in the end, they charged another, or imports in total charged another 140 euros on imports fees and taxes and that sort of stuff. So yeah, it's in total, I guess, if you're like importing this thing outside of countries that don't have import systems that just don't catch stuff, it's gonna be around $1,000 more or less. And yeah, the idea that TEVO is having with this machine is that it's a step away from the do-it-yourself kits that are or are not beta machines. And this one is, I guess, this one is, I guess, a more finished product, at least is what they're saying. Does this thing have a up? No, it has the logo, so this thing should be upright right there. So yeah, it is supposed to be a more professional machine, a more more sophisticated, more advanced machine. So Depending on where I look, it's between an hour or 2 hours for assembly. So I'm gonna err on the careful side and say we're gonna have 2 hours until this thing is, well, at least built. I don't want to say working, but built. They are saying that the instructions should be a lot better than what you're getting with. Oops. Okay, that knife's crap. With what you're getting with the Black Widow or the Tarantula. Let's just grab the other knife. And, well, I guess that's a good thing. You know, more 3D printer manufacturers that can actually make good machines is something we all want. The more I unbox the thing, the larger it gets. It's crazy. Yeah, 2 hours plus, of course, the print. As always, disclaimer, someone already posted a link to the Black Widow build. These lives... Oh, that's... What the... Holy shit, these things are huge. This is not supposed to be a review. I will be, you know, shouting out my thoughts as we go. But unless I say a video is a review, it's not. So this is just my life experiences. From the build. Oh, that camera is just totally not up to the task. If I... Actually, 1 second. Gosh, okay, that didn't work out. Let's grab that lens. And now we should have a... Yeah, it should be a bit wider. Anyways. Yeah, this is not a review, this is just the live impressions from the build. So, hand for size, I don't have small hands. I have like regular sized hands but in comparison. And this is like, holy crap. I mean, this is just like a 6 millimeters, a 1/4 inch thick. Let me just get that in relation here. Holy crap. So obviously CNC'd aluminum powder coated or painted. I think this could be, oh, is it anodized or? I think this might actually be anodized. So huge aluminum base. I'm thinking this would be like the, I don't know, either the lower or upper bottom frame. I'm starting to realize that I might not have enough space to build this thing. It's so huge. Yeah, that's what she said. So, can we get this thing out? Yeah, this one does come with a BL Touch sensor. Look at that. Okay. So that is interesting. Okay, so is this is 2 parts. I'm thinking. No, these are screwed together. Okay, we're gonna have to see what this thing does, because this is probably the upper bottom frame, and there is a huge silicone heater on the bottom here, 220 volts, 300 watts, so not the most powerful thing. So this will take a bit to heat up, and it's probably not gonna make it to 120 degrees, but it should be, you know, good enough for most materials. Plus, I'm thinking I'm gonna have to take these 2 parts apart and have to separate these. There is a Build-Tech sort of like surface on here. So yeah, 220 volts, so no, holy shit, this thing is heavy. No huge power supply that is going to be wasting energy and just creating heat for such a large heater, which is great, which I like. But it also means there is going to be an SSR in here somewhere, and there will be a bit more 220 volt wiring in the machine, which, well, we'll see how they handle it. I'm confident they can do it well. A few aluminum spacers, 6 feet, B31 parts pack, QC passed. That's just printed on there. Okay. I see Super Chat is working, but sort of bugging out. Thanks, Duplicate. Yes, you are feeding the beast. So let's check out what's in here. Separate the heat bed. Yes, I will be reading the manual, obviously, because there is sort of a printed manual right here. I'm just doing the unboxing, guys. Chill out. Chill out. Packing list. So there are a few X's, a few crosses right here. I think that camera quality is not what I was going for. But just the layer list, the packaging list right there. Timing belt, mainboard holder, and pulley mount CNC have an X next to them. We'll have to see what that means. And this, I guess, is the assembly manual. Okay, we're gonna have a look at that. After sales card as usual. Replacement parts. Replacement part program for a period of 12 months from the date of purchase. Within 7 days of delivery date, TEVO will replace any parts free of charge, including shipping fees, and after 7 days of delivery date, TEVO will replace parts free of charge, but the customer will be responsible for shipping fees. So that's sort of the warranty policy, more or less, there. Let's see, and a small business card, Tarantula, Black Widow, Facebook group, and YouTube, but nothing about the little monster yet. Now, depending on where you look for the little monster, it's not going to be listed as the little monster TEVO machine. It's going to be just the TEVO Delta. For example, if you check out the AliExpress link in the description, it's not listed as the TEVO Little Monster, which did throw me off. I was like, hey, is this thing even available yet? But you can find it. Yeah, you can find it as the TEVO Delta. And yes, I would like to just stress that, please chat English. I don't know what you guys are saying if you're not using like languages I know. So parts packs, let's see. Is there anything else we actually have to take out? I think this guy is just gonna be set apart for now. Okay, I'm probably gonna throw some stuff off the table here if I move this one over further. Let's see. I mean, so far in typical TEVO style, this stuff is really well packaged in these huge foam sheets. You are getting these open builds, compatible rails. This is some more C-beams, so I'm thinking these are the 3 vertical beams. I am sorry, but this thing is literally, this is bigger than I expected and more unwieldy to handle. Yeah, 1, 2, 3 beams. This one has a few scuffs on there. We're gonna have to see what that's up to. But it has some weight covers in here already. So that's the A3. That looks like a power supply or something. More CNC parts. That's obviously the control unit up top. That looks actually pretty nice with the acrylic. You're gonna get a better look at that in a second. Effector mount, really nice and compact actually. It's got a Volcano style knockoff. This one is not assembled correctly. This one has some sort of, it has thermal compound in there, but the nozzle is backed all the way up, so it might not seal properly. We're just gonna check that out. LCD screen right there. So the electronics in this one are an MKS S-base, if I'm not mistaken, which means it's a 32-bit smoothie based electronic set, and this one comes with a 3.5 inch, I'm thinking this is 3.5 inch resistive touchscreen. This is just one of the, well, it looks like one of the Arduino touchscreen sort of things. But it's it also comes with an SD card reader and a USB host socket. That is going to be interesting. More CNC parts. These look much more sophisticated and much more complex than what you were seeing on the chat is actually covering up some of that. Sorry. These look much more sophisticated than what we were seeing on the Black Widow, and this is actually a, ooh, that's rough. Okay, a pre-assembled carriage. I will need to loosen this one up a bit because this open builds compatible mini wheel is really tight. Belt pre-attached, I like that. Anything I don't have to assemble is of course nice. Screws, small steel motor mounts brackets. Oh shit. Is this 12 or 24 volt? I'm gonna have to check that out. So another one of these. So I'm thinking these are the carriages just completely pre-assembled with the wheels already on there. I'm thinking I might have to still adjust these and you know, get them tight and get them to fit properly. There's another one. Right, okay. Let's see. So we've got like the accessories package. Kingston 8GB SD card. I'm hoping that is genuine. It looks like it. Kingston 2GB micro SD. That's going to be interesting what we use these for. We've got a this is the connector set for the heated bed. There's another connector. These are actually quite solid, interesting connectors. I've not seen these before. Power cord, correct one for Europe. That's nice. USB cord, Bowden tube. What's this? That's a special. Let's see if this one is actually sharpened. That would be nice. Nope, just a flat spatula. So better than nothing. Basic tools, and that's like the accessories pack right there. And over here, I'm really struggling for space here. I'm sorry if you're not getting the best perspective there. Yeah, but back here, just 3 motors and a... What's this? This looks like... Oh yeah, so they've got sort of a floating extruder in here, which is apparently using a bit of timing belt to float from the carriages, and it's using a designed by E3D, cloned in China Titan extruder. Interesting to see. I've not had a chance to look at one of these before. But yeah, we're gonna take a closer look there. It seems to be, you know, different to the actual Titan extruder, and a lot of the magic is in the hobbed gear in the Titan, and this one is pretty dull, but it's probably gonna work out just fine. Right. That's sort of the unboxing experience. I mean, that there's not a whole lot to it. There is not a whole lot to it, so it looks like this might be, you know, as they advertise, a fairly quick and painless build. Let's see. Okay. All right. So I'm just gonna park this over here for now. And let's get this stuff out of the way. Let's start out with the manual as usual. So there are build videos being filmed right now from what I'm hearing. So right now you are getting a paper manual. I'm actually gonna have to see if there are print profiles in here somewhere. Load config monster ini from SD card. Cool, we're gonna have to check that out. Repetier host, sweet. BL touch, so touchscreen is explained. That's good. Yeah, but for now we have the manual. It's always good to have a manual, which you should follow, obviously. And this was the service we won. Yeah, yeah. Follow the manual, but obviously there is going to be videos that are going to be a bit more detailed than what a manual can provide. It's just a paper manual. It's always just pages with instructions, and a video will of course just show the process. Or you can use this live build as a reference if you're building one of these yourself. Cool, and it looks like we're actually starting with the lightest part right from the start. So assembly bag B31. So that's this one. That is the feed pack. Can I build a D-bot? I don't know what a D-bot is. D-bot? Is that? No, it is. So triangular. So that is the I'm guessing that's this assembly of the heated bed and the lower frame. It doesn't tell me to separate them. If I was being sarcastic and like, I would build it like this, because, you know, right there, even before the first step, the manual is missing something, which is to separate these parts. But I don't know. I don't want to have to deal with certain people again. So I'm just going to give that to TEVO, saying, yeah, they will improve this and actually tell you to separate these parts. Or I don't know, maybe in the future these will ship as separate units. Remove the build glass before, so I'm... Ah, okay, there we go. So there is the... That is interesting. I've not seen that before. So you're probably not going to be able to see this, but this is transparent black glass. Actually, I can... Oh, okay, and there's the sticker sheet, which actually I'm not going to use for now. I'm just going to leave this off because I sort of... I'm just going to try with 3D lac for now, because that's just going to work. You can't buy me. Adegar, you can't buy me. You don't owe me. Let's see, flashlight on. So there is the glass, and the heater right here is actually stuck to the backside solidly, but it sort of shines through. So it's black transparent glass that is glued into this aluminum part, and it's like a textured... Maybe we can pick it up. Nope, that's the wrong one. Maybe we can pick it up right here. So you can see that the glass shining through here, and it's a textured surface. It's like a glass cooking field sort of glass. That's what it looks like. So let's just set that aside. Save the screws for later, I'm assuming. Nope. I don't know. Well, aluminium. I can't even pronounce that. So yeah, aluminum is easier to say, so I'm just gonna stick with that. Yeah, so obviously the glass doesn't come out. Hebs is saying in chat, yeah, this one is glued in, and it's actually siliconed in to the blue. And to be honest, I think this blue looks really cool, and all the other parts are in this blue too. Maybe it's because it's like my channel's color, pretty much exactly. Maybe they had that in mind, but I'm liking the color. This is actually glued in here. There are these tabs. I don't know if these are intended for you to actually, you know, take something out, but this glass piece is solidly stuck in here. It's not coming out unless you want it to. Let's see this thing is freaking heavy. So there is, yeah, so these counter board parts right here are the bottom as it looks, and we are going to install the feet here, 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 and here. I think that's actually the wrong size bit. That is an M6. So 6 feet should give it a fairly solid stand, if they are all at the same height, of course. but I'm assuming these should be pretty solid. Plus they're nice and rubbery. I don't think they're actually gonna absorb too much, you know, resonance vibration sort of stuffy stuff, but it's, you know, it lifts this stuff up nicely, it gives it room to breathe, and yeah, stops it from sliding around, which is nice. Yeah, so there's how these two stick out a bit, but there's absolutely no doubt that these are that this thing is going to be massive. Right, next up, bag A22. So let's check the packing list right here. No, bag A22 parts pack. I'm thinking that might be in the. Oh, let's see. There's part number A2. Is it this button? No, that's the other one. A2 right here, and I'm thinking it might be with that one. So let's check that. So up here, A22, perfect. There we go. And this one is gonna go back in. And I'm guessing we're just gonna go right in and start assembling the columns. Now, what I did notice is that one of these has these covers already applied. Let's see, I do have. Wait, what? Why are these mixed up? So there's the aluminum extrusion, the C-beam sort of style profile, and this one has the way covers already applied, and these are actually plastic way covers. And the other ones, at least from the visible side, don't. So I don't know if I'm actually going to have to, you know, treat the one with the covers specially in some sort, or you know what, I'm just going to take them out, and I can always reinstall them at a later date, or a later time, I guess. So hopefully it's just going to be one day and not several days. I'm gonna need a step ladder. Yeah, now that you're mentioning it, it might be quite interesting to build this thing, especially if you like. Hold on. Especially if you build it like this. You can't even see the top of that. Shit. Well. Oh. That's not good. So that's aluminum swarf that's coming out here. Just, I guess, from tapping all these holes. How long is the beam? Pretty darn long. I can grab a measuring tape. What system will be running this printer? So it's a smoothie board compatible system. So it's the MKS S-Base 32-bit running smoothieware. I don't know if any of the MKS boards are actually like properly open source. They might be publishing source files, but I don't know if they're actually running a true open source license with those, meaning that you can actually you know, copy them, make them your own, modify them, that sort of stuff. What is the weight? The package is 24 kilograms, so that is quite a bit. I actually don't have any measuring tape here, but you know, let's just stack it up against the Service Reborn, which is 1 meter tall. So there's your reference. That is exactly 1 meter tall. So I guess I was pretty right about it being mostly the same dimension as the Service Reborn. So how am I actually going to do this? I think I'm just going to lay this thing down flat and just build it sideways if the connections can handle that. I think they should be able to, but otherwise I've got like no chance because I can't just have this thing hanging over here and screw it down. Maybe. Well, maybe we can do that. It's gonna be interesting. Will this be as good as the Atom? No idea. Again, this is not supposed to be a review. This is just the live build experience, and I'm just gonna weigh this down back here. And I mean, I guess that the cool thing is that there's pretty much no space wasted in the bottom compartment right here, because it's all sitting in the top area. Shit. In the top area of the printer, in that separate box that you just saw with the acrylic sides right there. A22 M5 times 15. That's these. Right. Cerberus Reborn. Yes, this guy back here. My design. It's mostly like an experimental printer for me, just trying out different things on a Delta, trying to see what works for a Delta, what doesn't. That cost me 500 euros to build, but was several days of work to get it to get it designed first of all, to get it built, to get it tuned in. So probably, well, unless this is the same experience you're getting with something like a TEVO Tarantula, which I'm hoping it's not. You know, again, if you watched yesterday's video, I made that video for a reason on that exact date. If you watched yesterday's video, yes, there are differences in complete DIY kits in machines that basically just give you the parts versus machines that are more pre-built and, you know, more ready to print out of the box, which this one should be. Okay, let's do this with 5 Newton meters. Okay. Yeah. And of course you are assembling this one with the open side of the C-beam facing towards the inside of the printer and the closed up side towards the outside. So yeah, I'm assembling them correctly, which is nice. So this one should not tip it over because that guy's already up there. I'm wondering if I'm actually going to have to use these screws for something. Yes, 80 by, well, not the 80 by 20, 80 by 40 millimeter C-beam. So it's 80 millimeters wide and 40 millimeters deep. So 2 slots, I guess, deep and 4 wide. And yes, I will be reviewing the, sorry that the text is black, I will have to fix that. I will be reviewing the Do It Wi-Fi. Now I was, same for the updated Replicate. I was sort of hoping, waiting for the, or you know, working on the Mendel 90 rebuild, because that would be my go-to modular testing platform essentially to be finished, but I don't think I can actually wait for that. I've been working on it quite a bit the last few days, but I don't know, I might just grab some machine, some standard machine like the Mark II or something, and throw the Replicate in there, throw the Do It Wi-Fi in there, and have a go with them. Even if it means it's going to be a bit more work later on to clean it up again. Okay, so all 4 screws in the C-beam profiles right here, and this thing is pretty solid. I mean, at the top plate right here, and it should be pretty good. Of course, this one isn't even standing down all the way, so but it is rocking back and forth. Let's see. We might have to take out 3 of the feet so that it's actually 3 points and not rocking around. Let's see. Okay. A third of the screen is now blocked by the delta. Yes, that's probably not going to change anytime soon. And that is the first step of the assembly. I keep like switching to the wrong camera. First step of the assembly done. Bag A10, that is the, well, that's not a bag, that's a position. Let's see, so we've got these pre-assembled carriages. Adjust eccentric nuts to ensure slop-free. I got it right this time. Adjust eccentric nuts to ensure slop-free smooth sliding in the extrusion if necessary. Slide sliders into extrusion. Okay. So it gives you an explosion drawing of what the carriage looks like. And then there you go. There is the carriage. Now these are all pretty tight. So this one is fairly smooth. This one is like reasonably rough. This one as well, and this one is even rougher. So it's just barely sliding on its own. Now the ones on the outside here are a bit of an issue because these are the adjusting ones. Actually, I can switch over to this one. Yay, cameras! So, and I have autofocus on this one. Yay! So these out here are the adjusting ones. These are the ones you're using to adjust the tension of these 2 wheels inside the C-beam. These over here are just the regular standoff ones. So these are static. So if I just open up the screws on the back, they should be a bit... they should turn a bit easier, which isn't a problem with this one, but this one down here is definitely too rough for any sort of smooth operation. So let's see, let's get a hex key right here. Holy shit, did they Loctite this one down or what the fuck? So I'm not holding against the lock nut right here, but this one is like, I don't know what they use to tighten this thing. That's like way more than hand tight. Let's check the one that's actually smooth. Also really tight. So I guess whoever's assembling these should just go easy on the torque with these, because that's like, that is just too tight, guys. So let's just loosen this one up a bit. Okay, now it's loose, and just tighten it down enough so that it's not rocking around. And there we go. That is just much, much better. Thank you, Mindless Cubed. Okay, I'm actually going to adjust the other ones as well. Luckily, because I will go in here later on anyways, and holy crap. And see, if you just tighten them correctly, they are super smooth. There's not a problem with these, but you know, if you obviously crank them down like a maniac, they will be rough. Let's see, there we go. Okay, so that's super smooth right here, and there is no noticeable play in here. Let's actually turn on that camera right there. Perfect. This one has, you know, no slop, no roughness. This one is slightly rough, also no slop. Perfectly smooth, no slop. and slightly rough with no slop. And I'm guessing I'll just go through and adjust the other ones as well. Let's see. So good. Acceptable. That one's okay. So I'm just going to adjust this one over here. When am I going to review the ANET A8? So I did post about this on Twitter. GearBest, actually, you know, as Chinese companies tend to do, reached out to me. Are they from Hong Kong? I don't want to offend anyone here. Did actually reach out to me and were like, hey, would you like to review something? And I was like, yeah, I mean, the ANET A8 is something that's always being asked for. And they were like, yeah, okay, send us your address and stuff, and we're going to ship you one. And that was 3 months ago, just last week or something. They were like, yeah, okay, the ANET A8 is now out of stock. And I was like, well, thank you guys for taking 3 fucking months to inform me of that. So that is the story why I don't have an ANET A8 yet. Well, I guess I'm gonna have to look elsewhere for that, because I mean, there's always someone asking for the A8 to be reviewed, and I don't want to just review some kit from some company, because it's like, yeah, why even bother if it's a kit that you're not going to be able to buy in that same shape or form even a few weeks later anymore. So right. Eric R, these are just the C-beam profiles. OpenBuilds has them under the name of C-beam. Plus you can get matching carriages, wheels, and all that sort of stuff for them. Will the motors be mounted on top? I think so, unless this one is the top, which it isn't because there are feet on it. So yeah, the motors and electronics and probably power input, as it looks, will be mounted to the top plate. I will have to lay this one on its side when we get to that. And you know, stability wise, it's not going to change stability at all. I know I should get some snippers, but you know, it's not going to change stability, but it is going to change the resonant frequency of the entire platform. So if you put more weight on top, it's just gonna, you know, this rocking motion is just gonna get slower compared to when you have all the weight on the bottom. So any ringing that comes from just the entire structure shaking is going to be not as sharp, but it's still going to be there. It doesn't really change anything when it comes to stability and stuff. Put it on the floor. If you actually put it on the floor, then it might be able to reach up here. Yeah, that might be a good option for the electronics. Right. Let's see what that button. What these are supposed to be assembled like. So there is our carriage with the belt looping through the back right there. And these are going to be, so that's this over here is the inside of the printer. And these are going to slide in like that. So let's see. I could show you guys like that. Obviously that is going to be very little of an angle for you. So like that. So that's like this. And let's get the belt loop through here. Cool. So obviously these, I know that angle doesn't make sense. So these supposedly will need to get adjusted. I'm just going to drop all of these in and see how much adjustment we're going to need and whether I can actually adjust them while they are installed here. Because if I have to take them out each time, it's going to take a bit more time. There we go. So far these feel pretty smooth and pretty well adjusted. And I'm guessing the easier option than looking at how these blocks line up wouldn't just be, you know, looking at the tab back here that it shows you, but actually looking at the mounts up front here that actually, you know, mount to the effector arms. And these need to be on the top of the part, obviously, and not on the bottom. So really easy way to decide which way you should plop these in. Like that. So I'm guessing the good thing with the with having 4 wheels is that only 3 of them need to be tight for this thing to be, you know, for this thing to be solid. And this one actually feels pretty good. It might be a bit too tight, but for now that's okay. This one also feels really good actually. And the last one also on a bit on the tight side. And a bit of slop in the bottom one, so I'm just gonna leave these 2 and adjust this one so the bottom one needs to be a bit tighter and the top one needs to be a bit more loose. Come on. Does it have the belt? That's a good question. The thing is, it doesn't have the belt separately, so the belt is already part of the assembly. It doesn't look like it has a belt. Too bad. Top one looser and the bottom one a bit more tight. Now the thing is I don't know if the mini wheels have it as well, but the real open builds parts have a marking. Oh, this one is still pretty rough. Have a marking on these hex nuts towards where the minimum tension position is. This one doesn't seem to have that same marking. It has a 6mm laser engraving or engraved part right there. So I guess I'm gonna grab the 6mm wrench. It's not 6mm. Is this 8mm? It looks like it's saying 6mm, but it's not. Look at that. Right there. So right there, it's probably too small to read, but it says 6mm. But I'm guessing it's 8. Or is it 7? Nope, it's 8. So yeah, 6 and 8. Look pretty similar when it's just the small laser engraved one, laser engraved font. So let's see. Of course you could, so that's tighter, okay. Let's see, these usually don't need a lot of adjustment because the tolerances are relatively tight. But there is a bit of flex in the entire assembly, so you don't have to be like super precise when assembling them. Okay, let's try that again. Yep. And that still has a bit of slop. Now, TEVO, you are probably listening here. I would appreciate some sort of guidance of just, you know, the general approach of how you're supposed to adjust these nuts or these wheels more or less, instead of just saying, hey, yeah, you know, adjust them until they are smooth. If there's, you know, how much you should adjust them at a time. Should you take them out or not? Do you have to use any special tools? Etc, etc. That would be nice to have, but for now it's basic. Yes, if you sort of know what you're doing, you should be able to build this thing. Can the Frucia Mark II print nylon? Yes, it can, as can most other printers. Okay, so it looks like we've got the carriages in here. All are smooth and mostly, well, they are all slop free, so we're good there. Bag A22, so that's the top plate. Cool. I mean, that's a pretty rapid assembly so far. I mean, we've got the like the skeleton done, but that's usually the quicker part of a 3D printer build. Actually, if you put it right here, that is perfect. So let's grab that other huge plate right here. So we've got these counterboard holes right here, and these go facing towards the top. So I'm guessing like that, and there is an L-shaped cutout right here, right there. Now, obviously, what we've built so far is not a like an oriented machine yet. So this thing is still rotationally symmetrical. So at this point, it doesn't really matter which side we orient this guy towards, but it is going to decide which is front, back, and which are the what are they called in Smoothie? Are they the A, B, C columns? X, Y, C? I don't know. Depends on the firmware, and it's different from Smoothie to Marlin, etc. But essentially, which column is going to be which motor driver, more or less. Cool, and these are going to be using M. Do we not attach this thing yet? Ah, there we go. M5 times 15 times 3. Well, 3. Okay, 1, 2, 3, and 4 screws each. That makes sense. Alpha, beta, gamma. Yes, I think that's what Smoothie runs them as. Obviously, I am going to someone ban that guy. Yeah. Yeah, obviously the board should have. Why is he not getting blocked? There we go. Obviously the board should have the features that you expect from Smoothie. How reliable the entire thing is, I do not know. Guess we're just gonna have to find out. Right, so yeah, I think that is just mostly the rubber feet right now. Cool. Doubles as a gong. I'm thinking, you know, as we put more, these holes look like they've been added after the fact. As we add more parts to this, it's gonna ring less and less. I would like to give you guys some sort of a better view here. Let's quickly readjust the second camera. Right now, obviously, it's a really mechanical base. Whoops! Don't pull out the USB plugs. Really basic kinematic system. Right there. Okay. So not a whole lot to it yet. That's pretty okay, right? Oh, Simone, hey. How are you doing? We could use a mod up in here. Right, motor brackets. Where are these in here? Motors. Ooh, that's not good. So it looks like this. I just found a bunch of loose screws along with the power supply electronics board, and it looks like the baggie just exploded and just has a hole in it. Not cool. Is that sort of in focus? Probably. So there are a bunch of loose screws. I'm hoping that none did get into power supplies or any other critical parts. But for now, they are just loose. Okay, these are parts. Motor bracket. Motor bracket. Where is the motor bracket? Did I already take them out? No. Bag A22. Let's see. That's the control board. There they are. Okay. Notes towards the manual. Motor brackets. Bag A8. Okay. Oh. Bag A8. Maybe change the wording there. Don't call it a bag when it's a slot in the layers in the foam wireless. Cool. So these brackets go on with the motor facing, or the motor bracket facing towards the outside like that. That looks like it's sort of blurry. I don't like that. One, like that. 2, 3. So these have these slots in here, so you could sort of adjust them from this position to this one. I'm guessing they are going to have to be all the way at the back here because the belt and the pulley are going to have to fit here. So pretty obvious positioning there. And the manual does show it like that. The manual does show them backed all the way towards the inside of the machine right there. Front. What's front? Okay, so the cutout with the L right here, this, I'm bumping filaments. This portion right here, this is going to be the front. So I'm guessing this slot is going to house the LCD controller and stuff. A8 parts. Okay, so more pulleys. Hi, you guys liking the new equalizer I put on the microphone? Looks like it. Come on. Did I test the rigidity of the frame? Well, it's hard to test it because it is standing on rubber feet. Come on, I should grab the knife. It is standing on rubber feet, so right now it is sort of wobbly. In general, it's the only thing giving it rigidity are like these spots where the C-beam profiles are screwed to the aluminum plates up top and on the bottom. That is by design not the most rigid way of attaching things together. You know, you would expect some sort of a plate structure, but you know, these being as wide as they are, they should provide quite a bit of rigidity to the entire frame. Sound is glitchy? Hoping it's not. It might just be the crackling from me just opening stuff up here. So there's the pulleys. Oop, focus right there. Pulleys. These look different to the ones that are in the Black Widow. These are aluminum black anodized or painted ones. These look painted. They're not plastic. That is great. Is that in focus there? I never know if this camera is actually focusing on the right thing. There we go. So that's these. Then we've got a bunch of stainless screws, a few M3 and a few M4 ones. And obviously these are the ones that we need for the motor brackets right there. Yeah, so again, on price, if you check the AliExpress link in the description, it is around 800 or 900 euros, dollars, depending on when you look at it. DHL did add, well, it wasn't DHL that added it. Imports added another 150 euros for me. So that is, well, they do declare it as $200. I don't know what they're actually writing on the invoices right now, but obviously with such a large package, if you skip towards the start of the stream, you do see the entire package in its full glory. It is quite a large package. Customs is most definitely, well, at least German Customs is going to pull it out and be slightly suspicious about, you know, how this huge thing is just $200. And well, if you can't get them like a real looking invoice, then they will just, you know, they're not stupid. They're just going to Google the thing and use that base price as, you know, what they charge for imports and taxes and stuff. No washers? Nope. No washers. Steel to steel, plus these are getting fitted into aluminum, so, you know, even if I were to tighten these down all the way, the contact surface right there would still be, you know, large enough for the screws not to fail, or the screw contact surface not to fail. So totally don't need them. That's that. Pulleys. So next up, motors. Let's see. Okay, so that one's still on. Why is that still on? Okay. Motors 1, 2, 3. So front. This is going to be X. This is going to be Y, and that's going to be Z. I think I'm actually going to like write that on the machine itself if I can find my my silver pen. Silver marker somewhere. If not, I'm just going to write it on the motors, because that's something that you will always be looking up as soon as you like dive into firmware, that sort of stuff. Which of these is X, which of these is Y, and which of these is Z, and these motors are solidly stuck in here. Okay, let's just use the red marker for that for now. Two and three. Let's see. So these motors are C5.18. I think these are the same ones that were used in the Black Widow. Probably, yeah. They've got the TEVO sticker on them. Let's see. There we go. So TEVO branded motors. Regular sized NEMA 17, so I'm guessing these are around 48 Newton centimeters or 52 or something. 1.8 degrees too, which, I mean, I would have preferred 0.9 ones for, you know, especially for a Delta where every bit of resolution counts more than it does with a, more than with a regular Cartesian machine. But they do have, I think they do have the DRV 8825s in here, which are 32 times microstepping. We're going to have to see how well that microstepping works. It's not something the DRV motors are known for being good at. But again, it's something. It's something. Okay, so orientation of the motor with the connector either facing that way towards the hole or this way away from the hole. So the manual is not really consistent right there. And right here, it looks like the connector is facing towards the hole over here, and so does, yeah, so does the instruction right here. Okay, so it's different for each one. Interesting. So let's see. This is front. This is where I am right now. That's the front of the machine. And that's X, that's Y, that's Z. So this one facing this way, this one facing this way, and this one facing this way. Okay, makes sense. Makes sense. Fit another machine inside this printer. Which one did I do that with? Like I mean, something like the Turnigy Fabricator Mini, that thing fits in pretty much every machine. So that's a fun thing. Plus the Fabricator Mini, the orange one back there, that is, I think that is like based on a design that was like originally all printable and stuff. So might be a fun experiment. So yeah, motors with detachable leads, I do like seeing those. Just much nicer to work with, because like you don't have these huge units that have the dangling wires off of them. They are a bit harder to find, depending on where you look, if you want to build a machine yourself, but they're just so much more comfortable. Plus, you can get the motor leads with different lengths, just dropping screws. Just the pre-crimped versions with different wire lengths. So depending on whether you're building a huge printer or a tiny one, you can just get the different lengths, and you know, don't have to extend the wires on your motors or shorten them, or you know, do other funky stuff with them. So tool-wise, I don't think TEVO included anything when it comes to like hex keys or wrenches. At least I didn't see anything, unless there's something in here. Ah, okay, there is. So yeah, obviously I was using my own tools, but if you are like really desperate for tools, you do get this little baggie with I'm guessing this one will be the one to adjust the mini wheels inside the C-beams, plus a tiny flathead screwdriver and a few hex keys. I do like my own ones better because they're longer and have the ball head on the end, obviously. But if you've got no tools, then you can make do with those, obviously. Okay, motors are mounted. Next up, pulleys. So the pulleys are, yeah, so the instructions clear at that point. Mount them with the flange towards the motor. However, I don't think that's gonna... Okay, so these pulleys have two locking screws, one there, one there. Typically, I prefer just using one, because it's like, you don't need the second one typically. The way this looks on here, if we actually back this one up as far as we can and get this one, you know, tight against the back of the motor here, that might, if the camera really isn't focusing on that, unless I put my hand there, that's actually not locking down on the D portion of the shaft. That is just locking down on the round part. So I do feel like I want to assemble this one backwards. But then again, hook belts and pulley and adjust alignment with slider. Okay, what? I guess I'm just gonna lock this guy down onto the round part of the shaft right there. Let's see. Thanks for the tip, custom RC tuning. Yeah, RC stuff. I don't know, guys. If you want to like bother Daniel Noré and sort of ruin his weekend, I'm really looking forward to his Open RC quadcopter design being released, especially like with the full bomb, so they can actually source some parts. I really want to build that thing, but so far he's not released the entire thing. I want it. I want it badly. Daniel, if you're listening, please. Yeah, like don't get on his nerves. But yeah, it would be nice if that thing gets released sometime soon. Because it is getting, you know, it's spring here. If you're watching from Australia, it's not really spring there. It's like hot springs. But right here in Germany, it's about the time where you can go out and just fly a quadcopter over the fields. It would be pretty beautiful. Yeah, I'm sure I can annoy Daniel long enough until he actually sends me the files, but I'd rather have him do it like officially and release it when they're done. I mean, that's like a shitty way to go about things, but that's just the way it is. Right, where to find this open source quad? It's the, well, OpenRC, that's his big project, and that is typically going to show up on the Googles. So, let's see, are we actually going to put an idler in here? I'm hoping we are. So there's our belt, and we're just going to pull this one through here. One, and pull it tight with the pulley. Let's check the wording here. Tighten screws. Okay, so idlers come next. Hook belts and pulleys and adjust alignment with slider. I don't think the slider is going to adjust anything there, but okay. So we're supposed to align them with the slider. I guess that's looking good. And the other ones are the same. So just with the pulley all the way back onto the motor, we should be fine there. That's that. And the last one. So obviously, I mean, with a Delta build, with a Delta build from a company I had not heard that much about before, from Far East, I am getting some Atom 3D vibes here, which is obviously the big black Delta that's standing over there. Sort of a similar concept, lots of CNC machine parts, lots of massive construction parts. This one obviously has the shell on the outside and linear rails instead of open builds wheels. And this one obviously, you know, is a lot bigger, but it's I'm feeling very reminded of that machine. Let's see. Yeah, I know that the pre-release files for the quad are on pin shape, but it's missing a bomb. It's missing recommendations for motors, which is sort of the most important thing, I guess. If you don't know which motors to put in them, I guess you could measure the files and stuff, but I'd rather have the officially matching ones. Especially because I think it's even using printed props, so I wouldn't just put some random motor in the OpenRC quad. Let's see, next up, bag A21, so that's slot number A2. And the matching bag with that, pre-assembled. Cool, so I'm moving stuff around. What is that red filament? Which one? There are a bunch of red. Well, this one? That is Atom 3D's own red PLA. Pre-assembled? What? How is this? How is this pre-assembled? I'm guessing they had an idea to have this thing pre-assembled or something, but I mean, this one was also marked as pre-assembled, the carriages, and they were in fact pre-assembled. But the idler here and belt tensioners, I mean, unless I'm missing something here, but these are not pre-assembled. Also, I'm noticing that these T-nuts are different. So the ones I'm getting here are just these standard. I think these are even M4. Yeah, these are M4 T-nuts that, you know, swivel in, just lock in place as you tighten the screw. And the ones they're showing here are the types with the ball locking mechanism that you just pop in sideways. For this sort of assembly, I think I actually prefer these better because you can just, you know, you can put these on the screws beforehand and then screw it down and they will lock in place. These you actually have to get in the exact right position in the C-beam before you assemble anything, and then match up the screw with the thread, or with the threaded hole in these, obviously. So yeah, let's assemble some parts right here. Very simple CNC parts, but I mean, are these all CNC'd? Probably. So there's, ooh, that's tooling marks on here. And there's definitely some tooling marks on here. So they actually put a considerable amount of CNC tooling time in these, as it looks like. But of course, in the land of the rising sun, costs for CNC parts are a bit different than what you'd be used to in other countries. Okay, apparently I'm too stupid to get a nut on a screw. Okay. Nut, pulley, that one was a bit tight. Nut, pulley, lock nut, no washers. Okay. I mean, that's not the worst thing to not have pre-assembled. There we go, and this one should be locked against the aluminum profile, so we can just tighten up the lock nut without having to worry about anything coming loose. But of course not tighten it up too much. This thing doesn't have to be like super tight and super accurate, because if it, you know, even if it wobbles around a tiny bit, it's not gonna matter that much, because it's just a the only functional direction it needs is like that. If it wobbles around in that direction, yeah, it's not that cool, but it's gonna have pre-tension on it. So, you know, really, as long as it's riding on the shaft of the, what is this, a bolt in this case, it should be fine. Why not 3D print the 3D printer? Well, we were doing that for quite some time. If you know, head over to reprap.org, that's how it all started. I 3D printed most of my 3D printers, but it's viable up until like a certain point where you don't have to make that many of them. Obviously, companies like Prusa, like Lulzbot are still 3D printing their 3D printers. But if you want to go on a larger scale or simply have affordable CNC machining available, there is no point, or almost no point, in 3D printing parts if you're designing for CNC machining anyways. Of course, 3D printing does allow you to make more complex parts, but if you just have like simple plates like these, there's really no point in 3D printing them. Pretty nice way for belt tensioning. I don't know. And So the way I like my belt tensioned is my belts tensioned is always are always the ways that don't rely on a friction fit. So what these do essentially is a bit more. Perfect. So you screw these down. Well, okay, these holes are a bit too big for what we need them to be. Come on, tripod. There we go. One second. So there's our plates right here. Cool. Through hole M4 screw, because we are getting the other type of T-nut right here. These hammer nuts. And of course they need the M4 screw, but the hole is still sized for M5. So that's got a bit of slop in here. Plus the screw head is almost the same size as the hole. So I think I am going to add a washer. Maybe, maybe not. Should be okay. Should be okay. Yeah, but the way these are tensioned is with these two screws, one on this end and one on the other end. You essentially tighten this plate against the, here we go, against the C-beam, so that the T-slots essentially. And the only thing holding this thing in place and keeping it from sliding up is that friction between this aluminum part and the other aluminum part. So you do either have to tighten these screws down fairly well, while of course pressing this thing down to tighten the belt, or it might slide up and loosen the belt over time. So what I usually like is you know, this thing being floating more or less and having a screw that actually pushes this thing down and tightens the belt like that. Just a bit easier. Yes, yeah, okay, the nuts go on the other way, obviously, but yeah, different ideas. I mean, both can work. For example, the Mark II doesn't even have any belt tensioning like that. They don't have any sort of screw or friction based system. All they do is give you the option of mounting the belt one click tighter or one click looser, and you actually install it under tension, which also does work, but again, you do have to retighten them once, you know, after assembling the thing, and that will mean essentially taking out the belt from the mount and reinstalling it the full way, which isn't that much work, but it's more work than just tightening a screw. Okay, how do we do this? So obviously if I install them right there, you're not going to see it. I think I'm just going to lift it back up, because as we are working on the bottom of the machine, I want you guys to be able to see something as well. So let's go. Okay, that's fluorescent tubes up there. I don't want to smash those. Cool. So it is starting to look like a 3D printer, which is just nice to see. Cool. So these plates go in here. Let's start with the one in the back, because that's like the most obvious one. Let's make sure the belt is not twisted. Okay, there we go. So this down here is going to be where we need to install the idler. Drop it in here, tighten them. So there's no real way, or no real part that keeps this thing horizontal. Come on. Yeah, these hammer nuts are always a bit tricky to install, but come on. And I guess what I'm going to do is just start with one side, tighten it up most of the way, and then use that sort of as leverage for the other. So essentially like that. Let's see, that's 1 Newton meter, which should be okay. Okay. Ooh, that is crooked. That is even more crooked than what it looks like on this side. So ideally, of course, this thing should be tight. So I do have to somehow push this down, make sure the T-nut actually swivels, which it did right there, and tighten it up. A bit more. M4 can take a bit of torque. Cool. Can you hear that bass? Yeah. So that is a nicely tightened belt right there, and the carriage, of course, is cameras. So many cameras. There we go. Carriage, of course, is still smooth. You can hear the motor cranking away up there. Yeah, that's good. Next one. Will I ever do a studio tour? I already did some. There is, there are a few videos that are called something like behind the scenes. Which camera's on? That one. Behind the scenes or something along those lines. You can just get a look around there. It's just a room. Nothing special about this studio sort of setup. Are these genuine open builds? No, they are not. I think they have the... Well, at least on the website there is the Open Builds logo used a few times, but these, of course, are not genuine Open Builds profiles. I don't even know how much or how much of the profiles that I over here in Europe could buy that are like real genuine ones. Of course, I could buy them from the Open Builds parts store, which would be like, I think like 40 or 50 bucks just worth of shipping. If it's like a 1 meter long profile. So what I usually do is, if I want something to run smoothly, fairly smoothly and stuff, is I will order this. What the fuck? That belt is genuinely 10 centimeters shorter than the others. If I want something to run smoothly, just to finish that up, I will typically just buy something like a Rat Rig Open Builds profile clone, and then get the original wheels and stuff, because those are pretty darn good. Okay. What the fuck? Okay, so we've got... Yeah. And this one is... Why is this one so much shorter than the others? So this belt up here is obviously full length. So this one goes down to about this height right here. But this one over here just stops right there. I mean, it's not a problem. It shouldn't be an issue, but... What? I don't think it's too short, because like the carriage should still be able to like get everything down there, but this belt is, and I'm not like missing something, this belt is fairly tight, so that there's not any more belt in here. Everyone buy your aluminum extrusions from AliExpress, please. What? Well, okay. Let's carry on. Let's hope this doesn't cause any issues. It shouldn't, in theory. And those hammer nuts are nicely locked, and the belt is tight. Okay. Yes, those belts did come pre-assembled, and let's actually get that last one in here. I really do have to be careful, because the fluorescent tubes are like a foot above the top of the machine right there. There we go. Quality control and such. There is no knot in that belt. So anyone from TEVO watching this? Yes, I did see a few comments from a channel called Official TEVO Channel, which I assume is the official TEVO channel, which I also assume is going to be hosting the official TEVO build videos for this little monster 3D printer. Here we go. Tight, perfect. So this one is this. Ow. Okay, but the one thing I would like them to work on is just, you know, deburring these things. Just put like a tiny chamfer on them, because these do have fairly sharp edges. So this one comes all the way down, this one comes all the way down, this one comes like 20 centimeters too little down. So the belt is actually like 20 centimeters too short. Yeah, sweet. Let's move on. I don't know if this is on purpose, because they would. I would assume they'd have said something about like using the shorter one in like this exact spot back here. But again, let's just move on. I don't think it's going to cause any issues. It just looks a bit weird that this one guy is so far up and the other ones aren't. Can I cook pancakes with it? No, it's the bed is just 300 watts, and it's not going to have enough power to get to the temperature you need for a proper pancake. Tighten screws while holding the bed. Got that. Now, if you look at the manual, can you still see that? Yeah. The position of these belt tensioners is actually somewhere in between where the one over here and the one back here is. So I'm guessing that's just tolerance and stuff. Cool. Cut out towards the rear. So okay, it's showing the heated bed assembly to be installed next without the glass. Heat bed 1. I'm thinking there should be a glass bed in here. 5 tons bag B32. So let's check the B32. So that's the one bag that we already grabbed right there. And the screws, okay, here they come in play. These are the original screws that were used to just hold the heated bed onto the lower platform in its upside down position during shipping. Cool, spacers. Yeah, again, I don't think that there's going to be that much of an issue with the belts being different lengths. We're just going to roll with it. So do we have an orientation for where the cables come out here? Let's see. So there's one of these tabs there, cut out towards the rear. Okay, so that's the cutout they're talking about there. I don't know if you can see that on that camera. So cut out towards the rear. That is the cutout that I'm getting here with the wires coming out towards the rear. So let's check this. So that's the front. That's the rear. So I'm guessing this orientation should be correct. Like that. Towards the rear. Good enough. Towards the rear. So, okay. Do we route, let's check the manual a few steps ahead. Do we route the wires to, just out the back like that? Or do we actually route it down the center hole? Because it looks like this manual was made with, or maybe not, with a separate assembly for the heated bed. Electrical wiring. Okay, so the electrical wiring isn't much more than what we got with the with the Black Widow. Just connect everything essentially. So connect touchscreen ribbon. Yay, they added that. Connect the touchscreen ribbon cable to aux 1. Sweet. Yeah, so I guess I can wire these like I want, more or less. And I think I'm actually gonna go with, you know, just flat like these and then route them up the side of this profile right here. Black railing cover with plastic rail cover. Yeah, that makes sense. So route these up here. So we are going to have a connector in this position right there. Obviously, there are the long wires included. So should we, chat, let me know, should we have these just going up like that, which is probably wire length-wise not ideal, or should we try and route them through the bottom, which is probably not that great either. It's okay, so it's probably not going to work that way. So like that it is. It's going to have them coming straight out. So that there has been a bit of talk from what I've seen with TEVO cutting the ends of the rails straight or not. Like, you know, because the only way that this frame is actually getting aligned and making sure that these rails are perpendicular to your build surface is by the ends of these rails right here, by how perpendicular these are actually cut. And it looks like there is a bit of, you know, QC work going on there. These rails look like they were just cut on a regular saw without any sort of extra machining added to them or done to them. And they did look perpendicular enough. Of course, the prints will show whether they actually are, but so far it's looking pretty good. Cool. So it looks like TEVO is already on the length issues of the belts. Again, it's not a huge deal. It's mostly cosmetic, I think. And we should be fine here. One of the spaces roll down here. Where did I put my spacers? Come on, we had 6 of these. 2, there's one here. And I've already shoved one down there. Okay, got all of them. Go. So obviously it's interesting to see TEVO try or have a go at a premium kit, because I mean at around $1,000 including imports and tax and stuff, it is, you know, it's not a low-end 3D printer kit anymore, and it definitely doesn't look like one. You know, with the color scheme is pretty awesome. The manual so far could use a bit of extra work. It's just, it's the same level of completeness more or less that was included with the Black Widow. So at the price point, I would expect a bit more work being put into that. But of course, it is a much simpler assembly, and having the stuff like that, the carriages just pre-assembled and pre-done for you is obviously nice. Though of course they can't really, well, they could, I guess, adjust the tolerances on the open build style mini wheels to match the rails right there. So right, let's check out what we've got next. So, I mean, mechanically, we're pretty much done on the linear motion. That's all in here. Brass stand-up. So, end stops are next. Bag A91. So, that is A9. That is the big cutout over here. A91. Okay. There we go. So optical end stops, brass stand-ups, that's going to be interesting, and the spare thermistor. Now these end stops actually get installed into the top plate, and I think this is going to be the moment where I actually tip this thing over and lay it on its side. So this side up here is longer than this side down here, so I am gonna tip it towards the side. And in theory, it should even be able to print on its side like that. Well, okay. Cool. So obviously having to juggle this thing around to get you guys a view on the machine and you know, being able to work on it is a bit of a challenge, but we can handle it. Standoffs. Is the glass glued in? It is siliconed in, so there is a silicone bead running around the outer edge of the glass, between the glass and the aluminum part. So I'm thinking it should be, first of all, thermally insulated, at least sufficiently insulated, and yeah, it's obviously not going to fall out unless you actually actively push on it and try to pop it out, but even that's going to require a significant amount of force, so I don't think that's going to come out on its own ever. So brass standoffs and screws. So I'm just going to start out with the brass standoffs. Get those all installed. And obviously the camera over here isn't going to be much use, so it's going to have to be the front one, unfortunately. I mean, again, it is a really large printer. The profiles here are 1 meter long, and in general size, it is basically the same size as the Cerberus Reborn back there, which is also 1 meter tall. Print size also very comparable. Bed size, I think well, okay, so the Cerberus Reborn has a hexagonal bed. This one has a round glass bed. They're very comparable. And I guess it's a decent print area for the size of machine that you're getting. But of course, a Delta is always going to be taller than a Cartesian machine. So I think it's 320 millimeters in diameter that you're getting. And of course, fitting square parts onto that is always a bit of a challenge. But it's going to be epic for those taller prints, since it can print 50 centimeters tall. That is, I don't know how many inches. 16? Nah, more. 24 inches? 24 inches sounds right. That's too much. I don't do inches. Let's just leave it at that. Will I do a full review of this machine? Yes, very likely. I don't know when. I'm actually going to get to it. If you had asked about the Black Widow, again, TEVO sort of said, yeah, the kit they sent wasn't at their standards, and they are going to fix they are going to send a fixed version or an update kit, more or less, that should bring it towards what they were promising. So that one is on hold for... I cannot get this thing in. So that one is on hold for now, but this printer supposedly is much, much more finished than... Am I too stupid to screw these in, or are these missing there? Okay. Well, that explains it. Again, TEVO, you already screwed up on that in the Black Widow, not tapping something deep enough. These screw holes aren't tapped. Come on. They are literally missing their thread. And I was wondering if I was going daft, just... So I'm gonna man the camera. Let's bring out the tap. It's like it's like Groundhog Day all over again. So these, there we go. These holes down here are not tapped. Right there. These two. You are supposed to install the standoffs in here for the end stops, and they just obviously don't fit because there is no thread in there. There is no thread in them. There are just blank through holes. Great. So yeah, cool. What to do? Obviously taking off the beam right here is out of the question. Just as I was talking about how this thing is supposed to be a much more finished kit. Yeah. Okay, taking off the beam is out of the question. So I guess what I'm going to do is take off the... That's even the side with the short tensioner. So loosen up the tensioner, take off the motor. And of course this motor mount is built in a way where I can't actually undo it without taking the motor off as well. So I will need to do that too. It's a feature, not a flaw. Well, you only need 2 end stops, right? There's that. Where did I put my bit? There it is. I couldn't make this shit up if I wanted to. Like, it's just too good. Non-cherry pick, well, it's just standard TEVO quality, I guess. Okay, and it's these two that we're gonna tap. Let's get the tapping set. So I'm not sure what the TEVO plan would be there. I mean, obviously it would be cheaper just to send whoever's getting that kit a tapping set. Because shipping a new plate like that from Far East is going to be pretty expensive, but you know, you should have the right to at least like properly manufactured parts, especially at the price point. Maybe let's get some WD-40, because this is anodized stuff, so it is going to be pretty hard on the tap. Where'd I put it? All right. I don't know, I should be using machine tabs, yada, yada, yada. I like using these standard hand tabs and abusing them, but obviously it's not the nicest way to go about this, but it makes nice threads. Get the hammer. Where did I put that thing? With a Black Widow, with a tarantula or something, this hole's not being tapped. Okay, maybe that would have been tolerable, but you know, with a kit that is going to cost you about $1,000 shipped, it does not feel right. I'm surprised. What I'm more surprised about is, you know, is that they didn't double check this. Maybe they didn't check for this specifically, but especially with the kit that I got, I would have expected it to be, you know, one that at least is as TEVO wants it to be, quality-wise. Right, freshly tapped holes. Cool. So, bracket first. Let's get this one reinstalled. Well, actually, let's start out with the other side and get the brass standoffs in here. Now they fit. What a surprise! Yes, I know. I'm being cynical about this, but I think I do have a reason to. Guys, quality control, it's not optional. It is definitely not optional. Chinese guys use metric. Well, it's, you know, obviously I did choose the timing of the live stream in a way where it would be you know, viewable for US viewers as well. And surprise, surprise, most of the world uses metric, as do most Far East manufacturers, because it just makes sense. Okay, I'm gonna show myself out now. That's my fault. Bad tap, whatever. One standoff's gonna be enough. Cool. Let's move on. Yeah. These actually get installed like this and then have their connectors poking through the bottom here. Let's see if that one lines up. It does. There we go. Yeah, one screw is going to be enough. I mean, these don't need to be super exact since it does have a the BL touch sensor on the hot end, so we should be good there. Plus and whatever. Cool. So all the other ones have both holes in there. So we are going to install that's the short ones. Actually, use the long screws here. Yeah, I know America sort of uses a base 12 system, which does have its merits too. I mean, just looking at quickly being able to divide dimensions by, by half and by a quarter and stuff, that has its merits. There's another one. Okay. And base 12 would be nice if just everyone would use it, which is probably not going to happen. Cool. 1, 2, 3, all installed, all solidly in there. Let's see. So this one works. Let's get that motor back on. So we are going to start with the motor bracket. What's base 12? So traditionally, our number system, counting up from 0 or 1, depending on where you start, what your perspective is there. You count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then you like flip over to the next more significant, or the next larger digit, more or less. And with a base 12 system, you essentially have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then say a placeholder A and B before you move on to 10. So many counting schemes when it comes to programming are base 16. So you don't count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, A, B, C, D, E, F, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. And then you move on with like 1A, 1B, 1C, 1D until you move over to 20, 20. Okay, let's double check which way these motor cables fit. So front is this way. Front is this way, so that's the motor that is named X, and X faces this way, so we're good on this side. 18, B10, C10, yeah, that makes sense. An update review on what? with the Printerbot Play. Well, did anything change about the Printerbot Play? I don't think so. I think they're still showing pretty much the same thing. Cool, that's that. And let's get the belt tensioner back in its place. Let's double check up here. That's running perfectly in the pulley. Yeah, new Printerbot Simple Metal. Well, it's not called the Simple Metal anymore. It's called the Simple Pro now, unofficially at least. Yeah, Brooke did promise me one, but it looks like they, again, sort of like Prusa, they are just selling so many, or all of the ones they can make. You know, capacity is sort of limited, and I can totally understand that they have to serve customers first before they send it out to some reviewer guy. Okay, let's get this one tight. Cool. Right, what am I making? Video title and stuff, also video description. It's all in there. Let's move on. So, I just want to build something that just works. Okay, motors are mounted, and this looks like our next step right here. So motors are mounted, end stops are mounted. And this printer's getting in the way. Motors are mounted, end stops are mounted. Next up, we are doing the arms, the Delta arms. That is bag A7 or slot A7. Where can I buy it? Link in the video description below. As usual. So Delta arms. There is our screw bag with that. And the Delta arms. So let's check out what these are material wise. And these are, they feel like they could, are they aluminum? They are pretty stiff, so I'm thinking they could be like a unidirectional carbon fiber overhead camera. There we go. They aren't cold, so it's probably not aluminum. They are using these all metal ball ends, similar to the ones again that I'm using on the Cerberus Reborn. The ones I managed to get did have quite a bit of slop in them. These are, well, they aren't really consistently tight, but this one is quite tight. This one is very loose but doesn't have any slop in it. So we're gonna have to see. Maybe this one is just gonna need a bit of grease to move freely. Rod length. If I had some measuring tape, then I could check that, but I would have to grab that. So what I can tell you is they're definitely shorter than the ones that are used on the Cerberus Reborn, so they are a more reasonable length. That screw we're not using. Rose eyes. Okay. Not heard that term before. So these are the camera countersink screws. Okay, which makes sense if you look at how they are going to fit in here, because the one of the issues with these let me show you right there. One of these issues with these rose eyes is as they tilt, they are limited in their motion range by the outer rays colliding with the screw head. So if you're just using a cap head or a flathead screw or something like that, the range of motion is going to be much more limited than if you're using a countersink screw like this. So that allows it to tilt a bit further. But obviously the way this the way the rods are mounted to the carriages and such does mean that they will not need to tilt that much in this direction, because that they're mostly going to be rotating around the or about the screw thread direction, essentially. So yeah, these screw in on this side, and they also screw in the exact same way into the carriage. This end is really tight. We're gonna have to see how much that actually shows in the in print quality in the end. Where is Nightbot? Do we need Nightbot? Maybe. Let's see, and these have a 2.5, yeah, 2.5 millimeter hex eye. When I'm building the A8, I already talked about that early on, when I get one. So yeah, on the one side they are using that, let's see if I can actually get that to show. Maybe you might be able to pick it up down here. So on the one side they are using the taper of the countersink screw. We can actually move this up here. They're using the taper of the countersink screw, and on the other side, of course, you have the CNC machined part that has these tapered standoffs, essentially, as an integral part of the design right there. So that's not going to collide right there. It's only colliding against the screw on this side. On the Service Reborn, I did use printed standoffs, just essentially like, yeah, tiny round cylindrical standoffs to get the same effect, essentially. And well, they, 3D printed parts aren't the best choice there if you're using a screw to tighten against them, because they do smash. So this solution with the screw and the machined part right there does make a lot of sense. Okay, so do any of these actually have any slop in them? Doesn't feel like it. Okay, so that's these, and next up, the effector. So let's see, we've got the end stops mounted, we've got the arms mounted effector, bag A7 again. I don't think the effector is in that one. The effector is actually in position A6. So let's take a closer look at what we're getting in that regard. And yes, I did realize I just smudged the bed. There we go. So there is the effector of the little monster. So wires all bundled up already. We got a blurry picture. There we go. Stuff dropping down, no problem. We've got a E3D V6 or V6, an E3D Volcano sort of clone block right here. That looks like a 0.6 millimeter. Does it say on the side? No, 0.4 millimeter. That's actually on here. We've got two fans on the side, two radial fans that blow down over your print. These don't have any sort of shroud on them, so it's just the exhaust from the fan directly. And we have a BL Touch Classic in here. So I've not used the BL Touch yet. We'll have to see how well it works. Whether we will need to do any sort of calibration with that or not. Then on the side here, just the hot end fan itself. Hot end bone mount, of course, poking through on the top there. And yeah, that is pretty much it. That's pretty much it. Very, very traditional, very classic effective setup. This is all based on a sheet metal construction in here to hold the fans and to hold all the fans. Essentially, they are using a, what looks to be laser cut or stamped, probably laser cut. Ooh, and then some welded nut inserts to hold the two fans on the side and the one fan on the front. Thermistor clamping is done decently, so both thermistor leads clamp down, which is good. What about the extruder? Yes, the extruder is an E3D Titan clone. We're gonna take, let's take that opportunity and take a look at that as well as we are doing close-ups. So there is that designed by E3D in England, manufactured by someone else in China. Obviously, this is not the real Titan. Do I have some real Titan just to show you? I don't know, somewhere in some box somewhere. Obviously, clone Titan, same sort of setup with the screw in the side here, captive nut, and the spring-loaded lever. I am noticing that this lever is much looser, much more, softly tensioned down than the actual Titan, and the tooth profile, which is, on E3D's Hobgoblins and Titan hopped gears, is a very, very sharp profile. This is fairly dull to the touch, which, is probably going to require a bit more force from the idler lever. But of course, you can adjust that on the side here. Yeah, other than that, it's pretty much a one-to-one ripoff of the Titan by E3D, basically. It's going to be interesting to see if I take a look at this one separately, if it actually does work with 3mm, which was an issue on the very early E3D Titans, where you could just barely insert the 3mm filament. It did work, but it was a very, very tight fit. We're going to have to see how well this one works with that. But obviously this is if you look at the hot end, this obviously is a 1.75mm system, as most modern machines are these days. Cool, so front is this side right here. Yeah, this thing does have a flying extruder, so it's not using anything that's elastic. It's actually just using timing belts as sort of there you go, 1, 2, 3, as sort of the connections to the carriages, which is going to be interesting because, typically you have these sort of elastic, but these timing belts obviously are glass fiber core, and they aren't going to provide any dampening. So the extruder is going to be moving pretty rapidly. I don't know how much of a difference that makes compared to, mounting it statically or mounting it directly on the effector. We'll see. let's get the effector on here. They are slightly elastic, yes, but you know, elastic is a very, very stretchable word. What a pun! Oh gosh. Right. I realized I haven't taken a drink the entire time yet. Yeah, short on NEMA 17. Probably a good idea with the geared Titan clone extruder, because the Titan doesn't need that large of a motor to push through 1.75mm filament. Right. Which way is front with this one? Let's check front. So it does say in the manual. That is great. Put this thing over here. Front. So front is with the part, or with the hot and cooling fan facing this way. And front on the printer is over here. So this is going to install like this. Okay. Let's get it on. Obviously, one of the challenges with a... What's the front? Don't get me confused. One of the challenges with a Delta design is, you know, especially if you have these ball end, rose ends, whatever you want to call them, you know, fixed in a rod like that, you will need to make sure that these are actually aligned front and back, because these don't rotate. And, you know, if they are misaligned, you are going to get some really tough motion on the ends of your motion range. So front matching up there. Okay, all right. Was just twisted. Not a problem. Cool. I guess I should move the other camera around. This one is tapped. Yes, it is. There you go. Much better. Cool, so that's these two. Then there is one. And one up top here. So yeah, obviously this one short belt on the on this carriage down here, as you can see, isn't well. Before I speak too soon, but I don't think it's going to be a problem, because these carriages are already pretty far up with the effector almost touching the build plate, so should be okay there. Even though, of course, it would have been nice if they were just all the right length from the start. There we go, and the last one, before we tighten these all down. Let's go. That's tight, and from the other side as well. Okay, there we go. That is... Well, there is a bit of slop noticeable, but probably not going to be an issue. Maybe if I tighten these down a bit more, because these are only very lightly tightened. I didn't want to tear any threads out. We might be able to get rid of that because it does have that grinding sound to it, where I think it's just one of these ends sliding on the aluminum actually. They don't have springs for the arms? No, they don't. So what you're implying there essentially is some machines have springs on the arms like that. I don't know how much use those actually are. It's sort of like belt springs that are supposed to tighten the belts, but essentially just introduce extra springiness to the entire motion system. So this should be fine. Okay, next up, yeah, keeping track with chat. I'm probably not doing too good of a job reading chat and checking the nations and stuff at this point. By the way, thank you Snooker Q and Scott Leonard. That was quite a bit ago for your stream tip tips. That is always appreciated. Also, Super Chat is enabled for YouTube, which I don't know, should be a more consistent experience. Right. Next up, bag A1, the spool mount. So that's, I'm thinking this is the spool mount. It certainly looks like it, and that's going inside the printer right there. It's probably these two holes actually. So A1. One, two, three. Chatman super chat is super. Actually, I think that is still a, yeah. It's still slightly buggy in the overlay chat, but it should show up just fine in the actual YouTube chat. Cool. So spool mount. So this is a piece of aluminum pipe with a few plastic nuts on the end. Cool. So this one attaches to this beam like that. Why is that top camera all of a sudden so dark? Didn't lose any lights. That's that. So we are attaching this part. That looks different to the render. That looks very different to the render. But let's see. So this one's facing towards the outside right here. Screw right here, screw right there. Like printers suck a little light away. Maybe, yeah, with the, of course, with the printer in the way there, that might be a thing. The white balance with the black widow, yeah. Wow. Cool, so we need the, let's say 3mm hex. I think, yes it is. An 8mm nut. .4D printers coming soon. Well, it depends on how you define 4D. Obviously, traditionally, classically, it would be What the fuck? There's still swarf from the thread cutting in this nut. It would be like printing with time. Obviously, you cannot print with time, but you can print things that change over time, which is already something that's being done. So, yeah. This one goes up like that. So what is that? That is probably... I thought the... Hold on a second there. So... There we go. So this is what... I don't know what I just installed, but I just installed some hook thing. Right there. Let's get that on the overhead camera. Maybe not. I just installed some hook thing. So this thing looks like the spool holder, which is... Does it actually get any more descriptive than that? It does not. But I'm assuming that we are going to need the this pipe somehow tightened on this part right there. Come on. Something like this, because it just fits, and this is pretty much the perfect size for a spool. But I thought like the images showed something like the spool mount being actually inside the machine right there, like on the inside of the build volume. There is a hole in the center here, which might be, well, which is definitely going to be for filament. So I'm thinking maybe they changed that out, because if you have the entire unit up here, the entire tool head up here, extruder here, maybe unwound the spool in a funny way. So I am going to install this thing with the spool mount right up there. Now don't confuse this for a handle, because this thing is going to break off if you try to lift the printer just by the handle. Someone was just asking about weight of this thing, and the package said 24 kilogram shipping weight, which sounds realistic, more or less. I would have said it was more, but you know, if DHL took it as 24 kilograms, then it probably is 24. And we're going to finish this in 3 hours. I don't know how long have I been going? 2.5? I don't know how long wiring is going to take, but it should be fairly quick. It's all pre-wired and stuff, so maybe? Let's go with maybe. Maybe makes sense. Yeah, oh, chat is bringing up a great topic. 5-axis deltas or multi-axis deltas that there are, well, I guess 6-axis doesn't make sense, but 5-axis deltas that have not just the tool head perpendicular moving in 3 axes, but actually having the tool head tilting and being able to print essentially on the side of a printed object. There were some demos of a few universities, I think like some Austrian university or something demoed that. The problem I'm seeing with that, yes, they were showing it, and it's a very impressive technique. But the problem is, unless you have a slicer, unless you have a CAD tool that actually caters to that and actually generates G-code that makes sense of those extra axes, you know, you're going to be printing the same demo cylinders and the same demo parts over and over until you get that figured out. So right now, without the software, it's not really much use, and building a 6-axis or a 5-axis delta really isn't that difficult. The kinematics aren't even that difficult, so I don't know what the big accomplishment is in that regard. So the hook is for the LCD, so you just, so I'm thinking it gets clipped in. It's probably not going to get, I did install it the right way around, yeah, so it's probably not going to get just tangled in there. That would be weird. Right. Pictures on AliExpress, the spool is not on the top. Yes, I know, that's the ones that I was referring to. So, Next up, let's get the extruder mounted here. Let's go in here. So there we go. That's the extruder this way around. And if we move this thing down, we can actually have it on the B-cam. Yay. So right now, obviously, tool head pre-wired, fan 1, fan 2, thermistor 1, BL touch, etc., etc., etc. And the extruder is just going to dangle right up in here. It's probably not going to have a front or a back side, because it really doesn't matter. I am going to, well, you know, having it diagonal like this, where this side up here is the front, is going to be weird. So I'm going to have it just like that. So the side I'm seeing is at least, you know, symmetrical left and right. So yeah, that's the way it's going to fit in. Now it is going to attach to the carriages right there. So in this little hole and this little cutout up here, that's just going to thread the belt through and cable tie extruder belt end to sliders. So did we get some cable ties? Yes, we did. So that's just the classic, he'll figure it out when he puts the spool on, it doesn't fit. Other side of the bracket? Maybe. I don't know. That, you know, that's the thing with not having instructions for that sort of stuff. You never know. You'll never know unless you have someone else telling you how to do it, aka community videos, etc. Or just try it out and fail. But I mean, while I do see the reason behind that with like super budget kits that just don't have the full manuals like that, it's sort of peculiar with a $1,000, essentially including imports. Yes, it is a bit cheaper if you're just looking at the purchase price, but if you're looking at a machine at this sort of price range. Okay, and obviously I was supposed to tighten this one a bit further, because this is just, you know, that's not going to be a what's it called, a flying extruder. Let's check with the PTFE tube and see how long we actually have to cut this one. 80 millimeters, the manual is saying. 80 millimeters from the bottom of the extruder to the top of the, bottom of the extruder to the top of the hot end. Okay, so PTFE tube we're actually getting quite a bit of, and I'm thinking this is going to be the other side as well. So obviously there is going to be a bit of PTFE. There is going to be a bit of PTFE between, or Teflon tube if you want to be brand name. Fine, there you go. PTFE tube between the hot end down there and the extruder up here, and also going to guide the filament between the extruder and a spool mount up there. So yeah, whatever we don't use is gonna go towards the extruder mount, or the extruder filament guide. Let's see, so this PTFE isn't cut particularly well. It's like all jagged on the end and squashed. So what I like to do when cutting PTFE, pro tip right there, just get a box cutter blade like that and just cut it straight down without without squashing it with something like a side cutters and stuff. So yeah, simple way of getting perfect perpendicular non-squashed parts. And at this point I will need to get some sort of a measuring device, because those 80 millimeters, shit. And I sort of know how wide my hand is, but I'd rather measure that. By the way, what do you call these things? I don't know if they are a very German thing, but you know, everyone has them. Everyone uses them. I've not seen them in the States or abroad that much, so I'm thinking these are very European, German specific. So 80 millimeters of distance, which means this one's going to feed up about 20 millimeters or so. And the same on the bottom, so let's just go with like 14. Making sure it is fully inserted. Oh, 14 should be fine. Right there and right there. Folding yardstick. Yeah, tape measure is rapidly taking that over, but it's always, you know, it's always just nice to have these around for when you don't. Looks like when you don't want to do measuring tape. I mean, obviously tape we do use a lot here too, but you know, yardsticks, folding ones are still one of the more common things. There's that. Okay, this is going to be a bit tricky to really center. Let's see, let's just get a spring clamp or something to hold this in place temporarily. So something like, I don't know how tight this thing should be. I think it should be pretty tight. So yep. That's what we call them. So obviously this one was too loose. Just open it up. Come on. I'm guessing this should be fairly tight because it's supposed to take the load of the off of the hot end. Off of the effector, but I don't know how tight exactly this should be. The manual, of course, doesn't tell me, so I'm just gonna make it as tight as it feels, you know, where it feels right, sort of. Ja, Gliedermaßstab, yeah. You're sort of the guy who calls it a mesh shiba as well. So yeah, again, length of these belt sections I'm not entirely sure about, but I am gonna make it somewhat tight because I'm afraid if I make it too tight, it's actually gonna pull the PTFE out of the couplings, even though the couplings are fairly robust and fairly tight usually. I don't want to put too much strain on them. Where's my sweater? Which sweater? The blue one? I can't wear that 24/7. Still less strain on the coupling rod. That is correct. Well, the thing is, if I actually make these belts like really tight like they are right now, it's actually going to pull the effector up, acting sort of, you know, in the same way as if you put springs on these rods, actually pre-tensioning them. If I, you know, keep it loose, then it is going to put the strain on. It's going to put strain on the effector in the other direction, and you know, that's gonna just move around as you as the effector moves. So I'm thinking this should be fairly tight. If I'm wrong, we're gonna find out. Why did I put the extruder on the wrong side? What? How is this the wrong side? Oh, okay. I'm sort of seeing what you're saying now. This might look like, you know, there is a hole in the center here. This might look like the extruder was meant to be on this side in here. Is that focused? Hoping it is. This looks like the extruded body was meant to be on this side and the motor on the other side, just to have the filament guide through here. But obviously the extruder feeds in here, or the filament feeds in here into the extruder, and that sort of doesn't line up. I don't know. That hole does look peculiar, and it does look like there was an intention of using that as a filament guide, but obviously that doesn't work like that. Yeah, flying extruder, obviously it does put less strain on the linear rods, but you know, it's still moving weight, even though it is, you know, technically geared down. So if you actually have the extruder all the way on the bottom on the carriage, you know, as this moves around, it is going to be picking up more speed as if it's up here. So as a result, these carriages and the rods are going to carry lower dynamic forces and you know, should just be much less prone to ringing artifacts and such. Cool. Got that mounted. I guess we can move on now. Pre-cut and insert the PTFE tube into the hot end, making sure it's fully inserted. So I have fully inserted my tube in here. Cable tie extruder belt into slider. Did that on all three sides. We can clean that up later. Next up, electronics. So that's going to be interesting because that's going to be up here. Cool. Now I think I'm just going to flip this thing over again and lay it on its side. Looks quite flimsy, someone is commenting. It's not. It's definitely not. Sure, it's moving around, but that's the rubber feet down here. But having these... Oh shit, that was the fluorescent tube. That's still the fluorescent tube. But having the C-beams... Okay, having the seam beams lay flat against the top and bottom plates does add a whole bunch of rigidity versus just having like a single 2x2 or 4x4 centimeter element, because these are so wide that does add a lot of stiffness. Now, electronics. And actually flipped it over onto the correct side, which is nice. Well, let's see, the LCD is going to go down here, which I cannot install right now, but we're going to tackle that when we get to it. Now, bag A3, packing list. It could probably print laying down, yes. I will do the first print standing up, just because I don't want to abuse and misuse the printer on its very first print already. So that is the electronics box. And now comes the fun part, because the bag exploded with all the fasteners in here. So I get to pick these up by hand and hope that none went missing. If they did, I'm just gonna have to grab a few of these screws of my own and hope I have the right sizes. That is a 4 parts pack. Cool, so we got a few standoffs, we got a few M3 screws and 2 hinges, which I do not know what we're going to use these for yet. But we shall see. Okay, so see, bag A3, so that is the entire electronics pack right here. Let's open that up, and I'm actually gonna move this thing back even further. Here we go. Let's check out these electronics. Could you mount a second effector with own shorter rods to mount the extruder? That is an interesting idea, but would that screw up kinematics? Probably not, actually. I mean, it wouldn't be much different to what you're getting on the current solution with the belt, just holding everything in place. Okay, pre-wired, pre-cable management, pre-cable managed, 120mm fan in there, and we've got some acrylic front paneling going on. Is there still what's that? Is that still like a manufacturing remainder or something? So WAN USB T-flash. T-flash? What is T-flash? T-flash. Okay, so there's an LED. That, and then on the side, obviously the 230 volt connector. That's the 4-pin. So I'm thinking this is. Where's this going? No, this isn't 240. This is some. This is from the power supply. Cool, but we're gonna wire that up when it comes to it. So right now we are going to install the board to the top of the machine, probably right here, and then add the shroud over it. Let's see, M3 times 20, so it's the long ones, plus a standoff each, and these are threaded standoff. So these install onto the board first, and then the entire thing gets screwed onto the top of the printer. So MKS Maker's base right there, obviously. That is the cheaper version, or a cheaper smoothie board based, or SmoothieWare and smoothie board based board from MKS. T-flash, the flash. What is the flash? Transflash. Oh, that is right. Okay, and now the second micro SD actually makes sense, because there is the micro SD slot right here, which. Okay, so that's firmware, right? T-flash, yeah, Transflash. Not been used since like 2009. I don't know. It's micro SD. Everyone calls them micro SD. WAN, yeah, it's also not WAN. It's not an internet connected board by default. You don't have any cloud services, at least none that I'm aware of, that run on SmoothieWare. This is simply a LAN port, local area network, not a wide area network. But yeah, I mean, it's the same idea. You connect your Ethernet cable to that, and you get network functionality. It's not, people are always asking, hey, how does this compare to something like Octoprint? It really doesn't, because the interface you're getting on this sort of 32-bit simplistic board solution thing is a lot less powerful. How the hell is this supposed to mount? Like this, I guess. And then I add nuts on the bottom? Okay. So these tighten down all the way. The internet functionality is not comparable to something like Octoprint. It is a much, much simpler interface, though you can add a different web interface for the SmoothieWare based boards that sort of have a bit more functionality than what you're getting out of the box, which I think is enough to use it on a day-to-day basis. It's enough to just like upload files and print something with it, and not having to be next to the printer. But of course, it's not going to give you stuff like a webcam that streams your print, or huge real time. Well, actually, that's browser based. So, but I don't think you're getting like real time previews or the 3D visualizations or 2D visualizations you're getting with Octoprint. By the way, Chad, what are you guys using? Are you on Octoprint? Are you on SD cards, or are you still using the tethered USB approach that we were using back in the early days? Which, I mean, still is valid. Let me know, what are you guys actually using? Christy, that guy's on heroin. Cool. Yeah, that's not what you should be using. Octoprint, SD cards, Octoprint. So it's like 50-50 Octoprint and Wi-Fi SD cards. Yeah, that's actually a nice in-between sort of solution. Prusa supports it with the updated Marlin firmware, and I think it might be making its way into mainstream Marlin as well. But you can get those what are they called? Air Flash or Wi-Fi Air, whatever cards that you can use as a network drive essentially, and shove your G-code files on there, and the printer will see it as a regular SD card and just use that to print, which is, I think, a pretty neat solution. Dude Web, Dude Wi-Fi, SD cards, Flash Air, yeah, that's what they are. How do I wire manage? So we've got hinges right here. Okay, so these hinges screw into the box and then into these two yeah, they're tapped into these two positions on the plate right here. So next to this entire box just swivels up and down, and then screws down with this one screw tab right here, right there. This is tapped sheet metal. Okay. Why has no one come up with a... Why is nobody using, or why has nobody come up with a control board based on Octoprint? Well, I think those things are out there. Isn't Adafruit or Waterot or someone even selling like full-on Raspberry Pi kits with the SD card and just Octoprint all pre-installed? Eliminate the USB cable. Well, you could use, of course, I mean, if you want to do an integrated thing, you could use just the compute module that the Raspberry Pi Foundation makes, but I don't know, that I think that's just a bit too proprietary. You know, designing an entire board around just one single hardware solution feels sort of risky to me, and it's not something I do. So let's see, this goes probably through one of the holes back here. Surface Pro with webcam, then Chrome remote desktop. Don't you think that's slightly overkill, Joseph? I don't know, man. Okay, so let's just attach this one temporarily, and then we can just flip the printer around so it will stay open. Octoprint or Astroprint? Do you have to look into Astroprint, how much they're doing these days? I guess it's different approaches, right? Octoprint is like local only, running on the Raspberry Pi, and Astroprint is more of a cloud-based solution. Come on. Okay, so this is going to stay open if I rotate this guy around, so let's do that. And that should give me a better view of the, actually one more, it should give me a better view of the LCD mounting spot right here as well. Two LEDs, okay. So there is a cable right here. TH2, so this one goes down to the heated bed and runs in the rear pillar. Okay, that's interesting. So this one goes all the way back here and then down there in that groove, I assume. So let's see. So are we already doing wiring? We're not doing wiring yet. We're installing one more thing. So for now, I'm just going to close this up carefully. Sort of, if I can. Just so that it doesn't bounce around, and put a single screw in here. Good, so that's out of the way. We've got the one, oh, maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I should not get that one wire caught. Yeah, Octoprint is so much more comfortable. That is definitely true. I mean, just like the functionality what the Ultimaker has, which is very Spartan when it comes to Wi-Fi. It's just send the print and then monitor it. Even that was sort of enough to give me that that Octoprint, that cloud, untethered printing experience, where you would just design something, print something, because you don't even have to move your body out of your PC office chair to print something. It's really comfortable, and with an Octoprint, with a full Octoprint setup, it's sort of the same thing. You're just printing. You don't even have to put any effort into it. You slice it, you send it to your printer. Especially with the way that Slick 3R has Octoprint integration, where you just either hit save to SD file or save to a file, or send to Octoprint, and that really rocks, and that does not line up at all. that totally does not line up. Look at that. So yeah, I guess you can pick that up. So right here, that's the cutout for USB, and the USB plug is over here, and that's the cutout for Ethernet. And well, I guess you could jam an Ethernet jack in here, but this USB is just, it's not usable. You can't plug anything in here. It's just not gonna work. Trans flash, you can get to that, but this one just way off. Totally not where it's supposed to be. Good, and next up we've got the, let's see, so control box is there, power supply box. That is this one. So I understand that we're sort of going for a bit of a, cool, that's already scratched. Well done. So I understand that they were sort of going for a, I want that camera, come on. They were sort of going for a design approach with this one, where they have like the, of course, the brushed aluminum there, and then the acrylic free-floating element right there. It does look cool. It's already scratched from the piece of foam they put in there, because apparently there was a bit of dust between those. So that's dust, but this just scratches right there, or I don't know, it might come off. Does it glow? Yes, it does. So there are, if you can see right there, these things in here. There are 2 LEDs in here. So I'm assuming this will just light up as we power on the printer and give us sort of a glowing edge and glowing TEVO logo effect. That's nice. Other than that, it's just a hollow casing up here with the, let's see, power input fused, on-off switch, voltage DC volt. So I guess there's a voltmeter under this thing, and USB. So 2 USB plugs, 1 amp and 2.1 amp. I'm thinking this is just like one of these office desk plug-in USB supplies. And I'm thinking this is just going to power the MKS S-Base board. And on the side we've got 2 outlets. There's the 4-pin. That's for the, oh, okay, so it is just 1 wire. So that's for the control board for the 12 volt. I actually still don't know. For the control board, plus the 230 volt for the heated bed output. And I'm thinking this is not just the supply towards the board, but also the control signal from the board to control whatever solid state relay is in this box, actually controlling the heated bed. Whoops. Yeah, but this is just, you know, so far a pretty nice unit as a with, you know, as a integrated power supply. Of course, you do have the plug on the outside here with the 230 volts. That is necessary, but it's just so much better than having to wire a power supply up yourself in some sort of acrylic box. It's just all enclosed. And they did make the switch for 230, 120 volt accessible. So this one is set to 230 volts, which is great. Actually, I don't want to blow up the printer before I even get to use it. And this one just mounts to the side like, yep, there you go. Like that. Let's actually get the Teflon tube out of here and grab a few screws. Take the acrylic off and flip it over to get it to line up. What? Oh, there's no flipping this thing over to get it to line up. $230 volt heated bed. Yes, it is a 230 volt heated bed. I'm guessing that they would also make. This is going to be a bit tricky. I'm guessing they would also make a 110 volt heated bed. Just makes sense. Not everyone has 230 volts. But for me, of course, it is 230 volt. Which is the correct one. Where does this thing have its screw holes? Right there. Does this actually mount in the... Okay, this way around? Ah, yes, okay, that should be better. Which is interesting because the... No, yes. Yes, wide angle. Which is interesting because the TEVO font right here would suggest that, you know, you'd have it facing towards the outside, but apparently this is actually facing inward. And now things should line up much better than they did before. Come on. Also, like, doing this with the printer on its side is not the best idea. There we go. First screw in. The rest of them are easy. Can you flip the top cover? No, because it is a fairly large acrylic sheet that's just in here as well. So that's just going to be that way around forever. I know the direction of the logo isn't like the the most important thing about a machine, but would have been so easy. But then again, some laptop manufacturers don't even manage to do that, right? So right, that's on there. Solid 230 volt switch is towards the inside. Now I guess all that is left is to wire it up. So you actually do levitate the... Nope. You actually do levitate the screen from these hinges over here. Interesting. So let's grab the screen arrow. Right there. So this is... Okay, at this point I will put the printer back down onto its feet down here. I'm not going to be able to show you the bed wiring process, but once we get everything set up, I will get you a second camera just to have a look at that screen. For now though, while we at the screen, I can actually point the camera at it. That is good. So there is the, let's get you guys a bit of contrast there. So there's the electronics box with the Ethernet, USB, this way around, and micro SD slots right there. And we've got this LCD that simply pops on here. That's how it's mounted. Yeah, is there like a, are you supposed to zip tie this down or something? Because like that, it's just gonna wobble around. Apparently not. Apparently not. Okay. So next up, touchscreen ribbon. I guess this goes through the center hole. So the center hole in here, that's just going to be the main aorta lifeline blood vessel for the entire printer with the... Why did I not bring side cutters? With everything going towards the hot end, and you know, even the LCD sort of snaking through the center opening right there. There we go. Okay, so that's a pretty long cable. I don't know what the idea behind having this thing just on hangers like that is. If you're supposed to like take this off and you know, hand hold it as you operate the machine, or you know, right now it does make a lot of sense. But we're gonna see how this works. Cool. The cable is not long enough to take it down. Well, okay. So this one goes through the center opening as well. Right in there. Okay, and I guess the only thing left up here for now is to have the has to connect the LCD screen, for which I will be using the power plug-in. And of course we do get a bunch of, well, okay. We also get the end stops and motors that we do have to connect. So, well, there is no real, is that aux 1? Yes, there is aux 1. There is no real wire management idea up here. So I guess I'm just going to lead these out the back, one of these back openings back here, and manage them later. Motor. So one of the motor wires, the extruder, is wired down here. So we do have a second one that is free, and there is, it looks oxidizing. I hope it's not. And there is a huge heatsink on the motor drivers, just cooling them down passively, and a heatsink on the MOSFETs over here, which typically isn't needed for quality MOSFETs, but then again, you have the choice of either using good and expensive components and, you know, cooling them through the board surface, or you throw a heatsink on them, which wastes a bit more power but works too. It's sort of the same idea with the heated bed upgrade or power board that you can get from TEVO, which is that massive heatsink. Am I supposed to do anything with these LEDs? Doesn't look like it. Okay, got the massive heatsink on the TEVO heated bed upgrade. Again, a heated bed MOSFET with 30 amps, if you pick the right one, doesn't need a heatsink, or it doesn't need that big of a heatsink. It's for show, which is understandable, or it's just you know, cheap MOSFETs and such. I guess I could line this thing up. There we go, just a bit of metal bending. Look, now they line up. Cool. So that and let's do the top wiring now, and then I'm gonna bring the printer back up and do the rest of the wiring on the effector, and then we should be ready to go actually. So that's over here. I should have put the motor naming convention on here. Let's double check that. So again, we've got the X. This is front. Front is right here. We've got X, Y, and Z. So X, Y, and Z. Y, Z. This is mostly going to be invisible ink, but whatever. X, Y, and Z back here. Right? XYZ, yes. XYZ, perfect. So we've got the Z motor. Okay, we've got the Y motor. X motor. Now obviously the wiring diagram you're getting here is, well, it's a wiring diagram. It's not like a guide of, yeah, route this cable like this and, you know, put a zip tie here and there and there. It's just plug everything in and maybe use a zip tie here and there, which, depending on what you're looking for in a machine, can be enough, definitely. Or it might leave you guessing, hey, should I really leave these wires dangling around like this? It sort of, again, depends on what you're looking for in a machine. For me, for now, this is going to be fine. This is going to be just okay. Also, we do need that extra wire we're getting here, and we have the heated bed wire, which we also need. Oh, Jetman doing his modding. Thank you for that, by the way. Every mod in here is highly appreciated. Should flip sides on the bracket and then the filament goes through that hole. Yes, I did talk about that, but the way that the extruder is set up, it doesn't work like that. It looks like they might have intended to do it like that, but it's just not going to happen. You're just not going to get filament through that hole, and you're not going to get the the extruder on the other side, because it's going to collide on quite a few different spots. So there's the 4-pin. So let's see, does this have, I mean, it does have a coating, so you can't install it backwards, but it doesn't look like there's any real visual indicator of which way it's supposed to go in. This looks like it. Hey, it's even got the China Export logo on there. Waipu. Yeah, you've got your waifu plugs. There you go, another one. 4-pin waifus. And then of course the one for the heated bed, and that's going to run on the on this pillar right here. Okay, and that, I think, means we are done with the top of the machine. Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, these are the good waifu plugs, I mean. Cool. Let's get this thing back up on the table and see how well we did. If everything still lines up. There we go. Shit! I just lost my microphone. Transmitter. I am sorry for your inconveniences. That might have been loud, you know, with everything tugging on the cable, but as long as it works, this setup with the microphone glued to the glasses is awesome. When it doesn't work, it's not that great, but when it does, it's not much better than it. There we go. I like to make stuff uses one of those, you know, a headset microphone, tan-colored ones. I mean, it does look a bit cheesy if you have that, you know, talk show host sort of setup, but it works. It just really works well, and I'm seriously considering switching to that, because I mean, as cool as like the glasses microphone is, it is sort of a hack job. That's actually supposed to be over there. So this one's gonna go in the, oh cool, that's what the wire covers are for. I'm guessing I'm supposed to separate these into different tracks. You know, not having 230 volts next to the low current thermistor signal might make sense. There we go, so there's that. Totally tucked in here. Perfect. Let's get those wave covers. By the way, at this point we are flying blind, sort of like with the Black Widow build. The instructions did sort of stop at, or the instructions for the physical build did sort of stop at, install the electronics and then wire them up and then you're done. It's not quite that simple, but again, if you sort of know what you're doing, then that is going to be fine. Come on. So these plastic wave covers aren't that great. They aren't, you know, staying in place all that well. Can sort of see that they are, you know, they are tight up top. They're super loose in the middle here and then tight on the bottom again. And let's do the same for the heated bed power cable. Of course, these are sort of the textile silicone style white wires. You don't really need those for the entire length of the bed, heated bed wiring, but I don't think that they're gonna hurt for the 230 volt loop. Cool. I will take a look at chat in a second. And this one is, wow. It could be just 2 millimeters shorter. The other one is actually a bit shorter as well. So these plug in here. These are, I've not used these plugs for years. These plugs for years. So these are Tamiya plugs. Right there. These are genuine Tamiya power pack plugs. I'm not sure if they are actually 230 volt rated, but yep, that's definitely a Tamiya plug. I'm guessing you could just attach your C-car battery here and power the heated bed like that. That would be interesting. Okay. Now, effector wiring. Yeah, RCs. Nobody uses Tamiya plugs these days other than Tamiya. They do like to burn up over like 5 amps or so, but again, heated bed, 230 volts, not a problem, even at 210. Current-wise, the plug should be okay. Again, I'm not sure if they are actually rated for 230 volts. Motor E. Okay, that's up here. So, hold on, am I supposed to route this through the, is that how it's supposed to look? So, I'm wondering, am I actually supposed to shove these connectors to the, to this extruder bracket hole? Because it sure looks like it. Let's try that. There's the release. Let's see if we can actually get all of these connectors through here. Because that would give it a bit of strain relief and have it, or not leave it banging. Okay, so this one first, leave it banging around as much. Yeah, Tamiya plugs were 7.4 volts, but it doesn't mean that the connector just has to be rated for 7.4. It might be actually rated for 500. I don't know. CE rating, by the way, is not a... Okay, so this one... Interestingly, the motor plug is the one that doesn't fit. CE rating, it's not a rating per se, so it's not like an agency that you like it's not an agency that you send your product to and they approve your product. CE is exclusively a manufacturer's badge. Essentially, it's sort of like an audit at max, maybe. CE is a declaration of conformity. So, I mean, I guess it's all in that wording already. The manufacturer is declaring that his product is conforming to the CE standards, and pretty much nobody's checking whether it actually does. Typically, having a CE declaration of conformity means having the appropriate amount of documentation for having the appropriate documentation for your product, that it actually fulfills all those standards, and etc. etc. But really, the CE label is not like a quality seal or anything else. It's just a guarantee by the manufacturer that they did develop this product in accordance with the CE standards. So how much relevance does it have? Not a whole lot. But I mean, if you want to do it right, of course, you do develop towards those CE standards, which only apply to finished products. So that is, something like a power supply, a closed system that you actually connect to the outlet and, is functional as soon as you connect it. Its function is to supply power. It's not relevant for kits that you assemble yourself. That is, that one big BL1, BL2. That is like that one big asterisk with CE, etc. As soon as you build it yourself, CE just goes out the window. It stops being relevant. I do need to concentrate here. Sorry for that. So white to white and black to red. Makes sense? Maybe. ISO 9001 is similar to CE. No, it is not. It is actually, ISO 9001 is actually a completely different thing. The ISO 9001, what the fuck? Thinking this way? The ISO 9001 is a true audit form that essentially certifies your company to be working, with standards that are appropriate for someone who is manufacturing a product like you are. And it's not it's also not a seal for a product. It's a seal for your company or production line. So, two interesting notes here on this wiring job right here. There is the connector for the BL Touch. There's BL1, and on the one side, it's sort of like RC servo colors. On the one side, it is a black, red, and white cable, and on the other side, it's a brown, red, and yellow one. So I am assuming that brown means ground and black means ground, and that sort of matches up. And red, obviously, in the middle, you can flip that around. But this isn't a connector that is, that you couldn't plug in backwards. So I'm hoping that's the correct the correct way around. Same on the BL2 connector, so that's black, white, and red, white. Also noting these aren't locking connectors, so these are just the standard DuPont style connectors essentially. They're just a friction fit, so they might come loose over time. I do like to put a zip tie just over the connector in total, just to keep it from coming out. With this one, you could also do that. That is just a friction fit. These other ones do have the locking tab on them, which is nice to have, since you do have to actually release them before they come apart. And that should be it. I'm sort of afraid with the gearing here that this might actually get dragged into the extruder. So I am just going to put a big zip tie around the motor. And, you know, sort of manage those wires up there or down here, and the ones up there at the top of the printer, I don't really care about it much right now because I actually can't see them. So, you know, out of sight, out of mind. Okay. And that is the build of the TEVO Little Monster completed. Wow. Can you build a 3D printer using only zip ties? Take a look at the PrinterBot. What's it called? The PrinterBot Simple, the original PrinterBot Simple. That is pretty much that thing. That is a printer that was built with maybe like 90% zip ties or something. Yeah, okay. Camera setup, 4 hours. 4 hours including troubleshooting, reading chat, unboxing the thing, so longer than I expected. It's like 4 hours. 3.5. Not quite. Jesus, that thing is huge. It is 3.5 hours. So, you know, not quite that bad. Let me see, how do I get this camera to show you the LCD? Because I do want to sort of show you what options that is giving you. Tripod. Okay. Right, that's that now. Power cord, should we use the original power cord? Is that one too short? Let's check. We also get so we get 2 SD cards. We also get a spare thermistor, which we're not going to use. We're also getting some extra wire conduit, I guess, to wire manage the top of the printer. So there we go. That's managed. The interesting thing is you are getting 2 Kingston SD cards, and the manual does talk about, let's see, print profiles and such on the SD card, which I don't know how they do that, but these are SD cards in their original packaging. Oh, okay. Which you apparently can open from the front. And this one as well. Okay, so yeah, apparently there is a config file on one of the SD cards, which I think is the larger one. Reference starts, yes, so yeah, we're gonna check that out in a second. Little Monster, and this one as well. And I'm thinking I will need to insert the micro SD card in the printer. So T-flash, like that. Click, click, satisfying click. So power. Let's see how long this thing is. Relying on the metal frame to transfer Earth is a bit sketchy, but that's just me. Yeah, well, okay, that is going to be too short. Let's see, I should have a few longer ones around these parts. That's not longer either. Okay, 1 second while I dig through my 3-pin cables and pick the longest one. Yeah, well, okay. Let's actually use this one. Yeah. So it's sort of awkward to have the did I actually pull out the cable? Yes, I did. Sure. It's actually sort of awkward to have the plug-in up here, especially when it's like on a table like that, which obviously I don't know, maybe isn't really the intended use case. It's also going to be weird for the LCD up there. Maybe if you use this thing, have it on a lower platform, not exactly up on the up on your regular working surface. So let's plug this thing in. Okay. So apparently frame is not live. That's good. Should we turn it on? There's the LCD up there. Well, I guess I could manage this guy up here somehow, but second. Ready print. Cool. Success. Thank you, Jakob, for the tip. This LCD is really hard to see from this angle down here. And it's also not the brightest one. Yeah, but it looks like it's working. The machine is fairly quiet at this point. There is a tiny fan spinning up. There is a digital voltage meter in here that says 24 volts at the moment. And there's no smoke, which is good. Let's follow the manual. Take it down. Are the steps set correctly from the factory? I don't know. That should be. That's like the least I'd expect. First, power on. Setup, connect, return. So the connection. Connection manual. Ready print. Setup, connect. 15200. So let's just go through that. I literally there and then this. Actually do it like that and turn that off and that on. Yay. I literally can't see the LCD from down here, so excuse me if this might actually bring some reflections to you. So setup, ready print, calibrate. So let's start with the connect. I'm not gonna connect with a USB at this point, but we can do calibrate. Calibrate? Oh, okay. Calibrate. Can we not? Okay. Can we not do the calibration? So again, setup, calibrate. Wi-Fi? Wi-Fi? This thing doesn't have Wi-Fi. Reload. Why is it film and change? Okay, let's power cycle it. The BL Touch has error status. I can't see that. Setup. Calibrate doesn't do. The BL Touch has error status, so is it because it's touching down at this point? Oh, okay, it's blinking. So I'm guessing it does have to be in an upper position when you power it up. So right now it's glowing, it's not blinking, which I guess is better. Let's see, calibrate. Still can't do that. Return home. Home all. Nope, can't home. So let's see, end stops. Okay, this one's red, this one's red, this one is not lighting up. This end stop up here is simply not lighting up. Actually, if you zoom you out, be able to see that. So end stop right here, red, end stop right here, red, end stop right here, nothing. So that might be a connection issue. Let's bring it down. That smell of fresh Chinese electronics. I like that smell. Reminds me of, you know, earlier days of just having cheap electronics and stuff, kits to build. Cool. Right, home. Now it worked. Now it homed, but it. This is hard to show. It did home, but it did sort of jank the effector out there. Okay. Let's power that off. Let's get the effector back into a. Oh, and it actually ripped out the Teflon tube from the hot end, which is not good. So this end stop down here is still not lighting up. That is the Y end stop. Y and stop. Okay, so they are using, what's these weird LEDs? Y plus. So they are using, cool. Let's get that camera focused on it. Probably not going to be able to see that too well. But right back here, there are the, you're not seeing any of that. Cool. These end stops are connected with 3 individual DuPont connectors. So non-locking type, not even with a latch or anything. It's just a friction fit on the connector. And the center one was pulled out. So that is probably what caused this. I'm not sure why they wouldn't just use the proper connector, because they are, I mean, they are using it on, well, if I rotate this, might be able to get a better view. Yeah, sort of. In the back here, like the sockets they have are for this sort of locking or at least latching type connector, and they are using that for this is, what is this, X negative. So I'm guessing that is the BL. What is X negative? I have no idea what X negative is. Something is warm here. They're using this for this one. Then they've got DuPont connectors, so the individual ones for the next one here. So that is X positive. Then they've got DuPont connectors for for Y positive. Then another proper connector for the that's the BL touch, probably Z negative. And then, oh, that's both the BL touch, right? Supposedly one's for power supply and one's for signal. And then they're using another DuPont connector for the other top end stop. So that is, you know, half of the proper type, half of the, well, it also fits, so we can also use it there. Doesn't feel right. Doesn't feel right. Where are these LEDs supposed to go? just like dangling there. Cool. So so now that they're properly replugged, let's see if the end stops. So that all three are lighting up. So now we should be able to get it back onto the desk. Yeah, JST, that is that pin up front is bent. Which pin? Oh, this one? Cool, yeah. It sure is. Because there is no strain relief. That is the other point. If I just rotate this around and zoom out a bit, there is literally no strain relief on these cables. So that is the Black Mamba actually heading down towards the effector down here, and these just go into that connector, and there's nothing zip tied to this, and there's no strain relief points right there. So as this moves around, expect these to come loose over time. Okay, but thanks for pointing out that bent pin. So let's get this thing back on the okay. 1, 2, 3. Camera back on the display. Okay. Nope. What? That is not what I wanted. 1 second. I do sort of need to fix this. No! There we go. Okay. Okay. Camera's dead. No, it's still alive. It's revived. Okay, let's try this again. Actually, let's switch this around and do it like that. So up in that corner right there, you can see the display, and right here the rest of the machine. Actually, let's move this one a bit further over. Okay, so ready print. There's the LEDs. I still don't know what these two LEDs do. So let's try and home again. Okay, that homes quite aggressively, and the Mamba here almost got caught in the end stop, so that's something I do expect to happen. Let's do settings, calibrate, and it's still not letting me calibrate. Let's see, did the Beal Touch actually do anything? Okay, now the Beal Touch is apparently dead. I mean, well, that is interesting. So from the force of the failed home, it actually ripped out the Bowden connector from the Bowden fitting. So the black plastic piece just got completely torn out here. And I don't think this Bowden fitting actually is much use anymore. Nope, that is definitely done for. Let's see, I can always put a new Bowden fitting in here. Okay, so apparently also from the homing process, let's shut this thing back down. From the failed homing process, we also got all the cables ripped out here. So I will need to reinstall these. See, these are all yeah. These all came out. So let's do that again. These are still in here, and even the locking ones came loose. This is BL2. to see, heater is still connected, and that is the BL Touch. Where did the other half of that connector go? Oh, okay, there we go. So black onto black. And we should have everything connected again. Cool. That. Okay. And this bone tube, obviously, this will get fixed once the printer like does it, at least like a calibration run or something. Let's do that again. So LCD up here. It's like third try or something. Third try's the charm. Power on. Click, click, click. So that is the BL Touch working. I could also just move the overlay from the display. Cool. Right. Let's see. Settings. Well, actually, let's do a home again and see if this is yes. Setup, calibrate. It's still not doing anything. I don't know if it's... Okay, so the bed is warm. I don't know if it's heating right now or not. And the LEDs or anything also don't have any sort of indicator. What I can see is that the TEVO logo up here is glowing. But Tom, wait, what? Read the comments regarding calibration. Need to wait for the build plate to be able to calibrate the machine. So right now what it's saying is it's not saying anything, is that it's essentially saying heating up right now. Well, the bed is getting warmer, so it is this is nice and cozy. I could take a nap on that. 80 degrees, I don't know, maybe a bit too warm, but can we get like an info screen somewhere about? No. Do we not have an... I'd just like to have... Make sure the ones... So it's set to 180? What? And it's at 0, so the thermistor is broken? What? Or is that thing actually heating? Nope, that is completely cold. So... Is it not getting a thermistor rating? Model 1. Bed. Okay, so the bed is... at 61 of 50. So I'm guessing that is still part of the calibration run. We'll see. Wait for 80. The bed might come down really hard and hit the bed. It's calibrating right now. Okay, I would like to have some sort of indication on the LCD what it's doing. It's literally not giving me any sort of feedback. I hit it and nothing happens. So the display has Wi-Fi, it just needs an add-on. So you're saying it doesn't have Wi-Fi, but you can add Wi-Fi. So it doesn't have Wi-Fi. Okay. So I'm T-fucked that you pushed it again. So When it hits, the blue LED lights up. Which blue LED? Where? Protect the bed fairly quickly. With what? I guess it's working. Okay, so that is the standard smoothie delta calibration as it looks. How many times did I press calibrate? I don't know, should I reset it? Is it actually calibrating the entire... It's calibrating over and over? Okay. Home switches are optical, so they're completely... I guess I'm just gonna, you know, hard reset the thing, because apparently if you press the calibrate button, so there's one. Okay, let's just wait for it to get it done once, and then we should just be good. Okay, let's have it calibrate once, and you know that should be the end of story. So. One calibration. One more USB cord. Cool. I don't think we're actually going to need to connect with USB. While that does that, I'm going to pop in the SD card and see what sort of magic files we get on that. So that's the one calibration it is supposed to be doing, but it's definitely not doing that. So was that user error? What the heck? I don't know anymore. I can actually see the LCD screen. Sort of there probably. Home first. Why home first? Let's just no. Oh, that's home. Guys, like this one side's just not working. So one of the pillars is apparently without motor power. Okay, let's get it down and try and see why that is. That was this one up here. Let's see. So, I mean, everything in here is getting sort of juicy warm, but it's not like an uncomfortable overheated warm is just, you know, regular electronics heat warm. Again, I mean, I'm seeing this thing's getting pulled again. But that shouldn't be the issue. I don't know, wiring wise, it does look, it looks good. It looks like it's, that's in there properly, that's in there properly. Like, I don't see an issue. Pulley screws. Ah, good call. So that pulley screw was loose. Again, probably an effect of it not being on the D shaft. I'm not used to tightening these onto just the regular round shaft parts. So let's just tighten these other ones up as well. Okay, let's try that again. Usually you tighten down the pulleys onto the D shafts of the motor, where you actually have a form-fitting connection, more or less, where you actually get the grub screw onto that flat side of the motor. In this case, the pulleys are in a position where that is not possible. You're essentially tightening down onto the round area of that shaft, so you don't really get a good grip on how tight you need to make those grub screws for them to actually bite. So cool. The roller is backwards. What roller is backwards? Filament roller? Okay, that's like the least of my concerns right now. Cool. By the way, is the stream working well for everyone else? It's sort of stuttering for me. I don't know. It's looking good. Let's try that again. Cool. Right, display is there. Let's start again. Home. Okay, all are homing, and let's try the calibration again. No need to home first. Well, that is what chat was telling me, okay? So I'm just doing what you guys are telling me. So apparently everyone has different opinions. That is awesome. Check voltage stepper drivers and adjust. I don't think this thing has pulse. I didn't check, but this pretty definitely has a digital calibrated stepper drivers. Calibrate that bitch. Yes, it's calibrating apparently. We run the calibration around 7 times, and yeah, that's the regular SmoothieWare approach. Bed heating to 80 degrees. Yes, it is. Do I have a digital thermometer here? I do not, but we should be able to go into the preheat display to just check that. The LEDs in the power supply change colors. Ah, okay, so I can see the 2 LEDs that are in that acrylic top cover. They are blinking, flashing. I think that is just the indicator LEDs for the heated bed. It's not like a constant blue light or something up in here. It's just a flickering red orangey light that indicates whether the bed is heating or not. Yeah, so steppers don't use PID. Steppers don't have any sort of PID control, which would imply that it's a loop, but it's not. Essentially what it's doing is it's calibrating the rod length and it's calibrating the bed surface tilt, whatever. So it's calibrating both the geometry of the delta plus the geometry of the bed to perfectly match it up and to essentially give you a perfect first layer. And it just has to do that a few times over to yeah, to get a good reading and to get a good measurement on that entire thing. It's an iterative process, and yeah, once that's done, like it is now, it stores it. I think it should store those values, and yeah, be ready to print in theory. First power on and auto calibration. So we did that. We changed the baud rate, set up calibrate, bed will heat up, you know, something would be nice. So we get a sort of an overview of what the menu looks like. Okay. Extrude, yeah. Repetier host setup. That looks like something we should be doing. Delta Monster. Okay, so apparently that was the working title for that. Let's see, ready to print. Now, all we have to do is set up a slicer. Will I print samples today? Yes, I will need to repair that hot end at some point. I'm just going to grab another Bowden coupler for that. So essentially, we're going to set up Repetier host in the near future, but for now, let's just grab a Bowden coupler from somewhere. That looks good. It's always nice to have that box labeled E3D with just everything you need in it. Like another Volcano clone, which has the correct Bowden coupler in it. It might actually be the exact same one. It might actually be the exact same E3D clone. So that's a number 10. So where do I hold this? Is that not a 10? It is a 10. Cool. Bowden coupler out. And then trash and new Bowden coupler in. Thankfully, these Bowden couplers and stuff, these are just standard pneumatic couplers, so they are just really standardized parts. You could use PC water cooling parts for this. You could use you know, standard off-the-shelf pneumatic parts, etc., etc., etc. So for now, I guess we can just plug this thing back in. Okay, and this one will go up top. Where are we going to get filament from? I guess we're just going to get it from the wall. Cool. That's that. So next up, Repetier host setup. Machine should be in working order. It should be ready to print essentially. Let's see. Minimize this. I should have something like Repetier host installed, and I'm going to download a fresh one. I'm not going to be using the software supplied, but I will be using the profile that's included. Repetier host download, just to get the freshest version. Download without donation, yada yada yada. That's no, yes. Download for Windows. Yes, so that is over here. Accept slicers. Well, wrong window. Ha! Skynford slicers. Anyone is still using Skynford slicer? That would be crazy. $21 tabs open. That is nothing. YouTube chat does have a slow mode for video. Camera on LCD, can you please move it so it's straight on? Ha ha! No, because the printer is literally up in the ceiling, and my tripod doesn't go taller than about this height. I could get it straight on, but then I'd get like all reflections and stuff. Yep, Rockefeller calls it a day. It's actually a pretty common wallpaper. It's like, you know, few tech channels and stuff use it. It's just nice. Is that a VM? No, it's not. Can you take the LCD off the hooks? Yes, we can actually, while that finishes installation. Come on. We can take the LCD off the hook. Well, barely. The ribbon cable is just barely long enough for that, and then we can just, like, you know, get it down here and use it like that. But I don't know how much use that's going to be. Actually, I mean, the interesting thing is there is another... There we go. There is another SD card slot and USB slot. I think, you know, since they are exposing them, I think these would be fully functional. So it would be interesting to see if we can actually plug a USB stick in here or use the SD card that was included to print. That would actually be nice. Why is this now open twice? What the heck? Oh, Repetier server. Smoothie doesn't really support second SD card. Well, it's... the slot is there. So... we're just going to try it. Filament size is 1.75 millimeters, as you would expect. So that is just a standard size. I don't know, 3 millimeters still sort of around with the BCN machines or the Ultimaker, of course. But other than that, it's like all 1.75, and I don't really see a downside other than flexibles being a bit tougher to print, especially on Bowden setups, which you can print flexibles on a 3 millimeter Bowden, but not really on a 1.75 millimeter Bowden at all, unless you're like doing some super magic wizardry. Cool. Actually, let's local host. No, I don't want that. Repetier, go away. Where is my SD card? So Repetier host is installed. Let's see. So nope, this one. Let's get that out of the way. So that is the SD card and what we get. So we get the Repetier host setup. 162. Which one did we install? We installed 162, but freshly downloaded. We're also getting the Monster INI, which we are going to import. Monster manual, which I think is just the same thing as the printed one. But in color, pretty much. Yeah, go away. Acrobat. Yeah, it's pretty much the exact same one that was printed, just in color. Smoothie firmware, smoothie config, backpick. So that is the. Thinking that is just all the images from the LCD screen, and yeah. Why do we have this thing? Let's just continue on with the Repetier setup. People are asking about the MK2 spool holder. Well, it doesn't fit some spools, some really weird spools, but other than that, it's working well. So Repetier host setup. Let's follow this just as closely as we can. Can I actually turn the? Hold on, yeah, but you're not going to be able to see anything right here. But well, let's try. Not a huge fan of Repetier setup, and I don't really use it a whole lot, so please forgive me if I don't find the exact right settings like in the first try. So we are calling this thing the Delta Monster all caps. We're doing whatever we're doing, SD cards probably. We're supposed to. Yeah, let's just do SD, so that's not gonna matter. What am I supposed to configure? Probably these look good. I'm thinking that should be in the INI, but then again, I don't really use Repetier host all that much, so that's pretty fast. I'm guessing that's just relying on the firmware limits. No, we're not going to be using that anyways. Extruder. So, yeah. Open the INI file in text editor. I can do that and just leave that open. Shit. Unable to connect. Reconnection successful. Yeah, guys. So the OBS Studio was just telling me, yeah, connection issues. I don't know. It was just as I inserted the SD card, so it might be. I don't know. The SD card messing with something. It's looking good. 0.4, whatever printer shape. So raw stock printer, min, max, printable radius. So that's going to be like the one important setting for the actual slicer. Okay. Slicer slick 3R. File. Low config is that again? I'm not really used to know that's not what it is. Configuration. What? Oh, okay, now the configuration wizard pops up. Okay. I don't know, can I just like... You know what, I'm just gonna skip Repetier Host and try Slick3R instead. It's like... Yeah, no, stream might be choppy right now. Okay. Let's see. Okay, that's better. Let's just, let's just stick with what we know works, right? I hate Repetier Host. I'm sorry. That's just not gonna work for me. I'm a Slick3R guy, and Cura where applicable. So what I did was just file load config, just screw Repetier Host. So it's got the Monster INI loaded. So this is just the Prusa Slick3R, obviously. Monster INI loaded filament. I'm just gonna stick with something like regular PLA. Select. Okay, so shit. Hold on. This SD card's not playing well. Uno momento. Copy that to desktop. There it is. Okay, let's do that again. Ah! Why am I on 100% CPU load? What the heck? Cool. Let's do that again. So let's load the config again from desktop. There we go, Monster INI. Cool. That should be better. Print settings. So print settings look decent. 0.2mm layers. Speeds look reasonable. 120 infill. That is okay. 100 parameters. So that is pretty darn fast. Whatever. We're just gonna stick with those settings. First layer, 200% extrusion width. That makes sense. Top saw 150 extrusion width. Interesting. So filament 230. Let's actually bump that down to 210. 210. First layer 80. Maybe a bit too much. but should be okay. Printer settings also look good. Cool. Now the usual question. What should we print? Dragon Frog. Okay, that was before you could even have known what I was going to ask. You already commented. Cool. I don't know if it's a YouTube server issue or anything, but I do realize that my laptop here is like on 100% CPU load. Maybe if I actually close out Resilio Sync, that might help. Frog, 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 dick butt, benchy, frog, naked lady, tits, cool. Print the Bernie Sanders. Yeah, I heard you guys in the US could use one, but you know what? I'm actually tempted to just not print a frog or a benchy. Let's just see if we can get some sort of spiral vase going on to really test how fast this thing can go. 100% CPU, what the heck? Okay, spiral vase. I should have a few around these parts. The interesting thing is going to be whether or not I can actually use the SD card to transfer the file over. But we're just going to have to see. Vase, you guys are actually talking about the Tintin vase. I don't think I can do that copyright-wise. I think that's actually going to cause some issues. Fairy vase? No, random vase. Is that the one? Yeah, I'm not going to be able to do like a 3 or 5 hour print. Actually, let's do fractal vase. That might be crazy. Well, that is definitely going to crash the stream. Nope. Let's just do a random vase. This guy. Should be small enough, I guess. And let's actually do spiral vase mode, which is going to kick out parameters, fill, support material, yada yada yada. So let's see. Yep, that looks good. Yeah, the owl statue. That's a very classic print, but it's just gonna be a bit too long. Oh god, those silicone heated beds. I mean, they're nice. I'm back? What? I'm back? Okay. I have no idea what's going on here, but my laptop's choking. It's... Why is OBS using 70% CPU? What the heck? It's probably you guys in chat typing too fast. That's probably what it is, because Chrome is... I've got Chrome open in one tab and it's like... it's 10% CPU right now, and then the chat in OBS is rendering out, and it's having to update that. It's probably you guys in chat. I can blame you, right? Yeah. Okay. Must be Dell knows Lenovo 700. So vase. Let's actually head back to the vase. Wow, that is stuttering. Holy hell. Cool. Vase, let's actually export this guy to somewhere and pull it over to the SD card and just see if we can use the SD card for this. That would actually be pretty nice. I'm gonna have to give this a good look afterwards of why just everything is so slow. Get rid of that upper bone tube. No, I think I'm just gonna leave it in there. And filament wise, what's a good high-speed PLA? I'm guessing that the rigidening PLA would be pretty nice. Yeah. Yeah, let's do that. Purple. So let's see, this should just feed right in here. Of course, you would have these spool mounted on top of the printer, but okay. Come on. Oh, actually, let's preheat that thing. Let's see. So preheat. What is this? Ooh, what? Okay, now these things come on. One. So extruder 1 just to 205, and it's 20 of 205. That is cool, and that should be the bed. The bed heats up to what, 80? First time around. Fans coming on over the electronics. Ooh, that doesn't update particularly quickly, but there you go. Okay. Yeah, AMD Ryzen would be nice, but right now we really don't know what we're gonna get. I'm just gonna stick with my 8-core Intel for now, at least on desktop. I don't think Ryzen is gonna be laptop stuff or laptop level hardware for a bit. That's the other one. Let's do. Let's just go with 3D lag just to be safe. I don't want like any issues with the thing coming off. I never know how much of that stuff you're supposed to use. Usually I just give it like a good coat. And in this case, yeah, it's probably going to be good enough. 3D lag, yeah, pretty awesome, but the problem is it gunks up your machine if you use it too much inside, so yeah. Ryzen is more power efficient than Skylake. We don't know about that yet. It's not even released. Come on. So would be nice if it was, but I don't think it will be. So we've got a bit of smoke coming off here. A few puffs. I don't know if you can see that against my black sleeve. Puff, puff, puff. I mean, this is the first time that hot end is heating up. Cool, and it is hot. Turn. Can we do move? Is that no? Can we do an extrude? Load. 5E10 millimeters. Ah, okay. There we go. Ooh, that extruder is making some noise. But there is filament coming out, which is great. G-code file is exported. Let's copy that over to the SD card. I'm really excited to see if this double G-code double SD card thing works. Repeater server. That might actually be a... What the hell is that? Repeater host. So let's see. There are actually 2 part cooling fans. So there is one over here, one over there, and then there is the hot end cooling fan right here. I'm like all blue and stuff. So Yeah, part cooling should be fairly well handled, even if it's like more of a bazooka than a sniper rifle. Okay, print. Run on base. Okay, there it is. That is the file that we just sliced, even if it's blurry and shit. But that is... Oh no, it's actually in focus. That's the actual G-code that we just sliced, so... That should be the print, holy hell. That is pretty quick. Z-height looks okay. It might actually use a bit lower height there. Let's see, but we've got plenty of 3D lac on there, so we should be good. No, we're not. Okay, that's not sticking. Did we skip a step in the manual? Yeah, pretty noisy. Well, that is DRV 825s in a nutshell for you. Let's see, I'm guessing that there should be some sort of offset setting in the menus. I'm guessing thanks to the 3D, like it's the print's sticking at the very least. I don't know, let's can we do a live tune? No. Let's see, I'm tempted to just leave it, but I know it's just gonna bite me in the ass. Stop the print. Okay. So calibrate we did. It doesn't look like there's actually any option to calibrate the height of the BL Touch. Mozov calibrate, yes, that's the auto calibrate. But, and I'm pretty sure it's not a mechanical calibration or mechanical adjustment that you have to do, so. Let's just get these out of the way for now. And scrape this guy off. I don't know, is there some sort of an offset calibration? Because I mean, if you have it pre-assembled, I would assume that it's sort of in the right ballpark, but I mean, slicer offset shouldn't be the fix for that. It should be correct in the machine. It shouldn't be a slicer correction, in theory, in my mind. No, the vase is not. So the only thing you. So BL Touch, the BL Touch options in the menu. I can show you. The BL Touch options in the menu, no, there are the following. Setup, well, hold on. Where was that? Return, covered. Where was that? Ah, there we go. More. So BL Touch up and down. That's what you get. So you get to extend the BL Touch sensor in general, and we set it. But there is no option to reset the entire thing. So More, yes, that's where we were. More, that's just where you get the BL Touch options. Setup, nothing in here. So I guess the only option really we have is yeah, start G-code and shit, but that is not really elegant. Someone asking how far I am with the build. I don't know. How far do I look like I am? How is the Black Widow? I haven't used it yet because TEVO said it wasn't a good machine for them, so I refrained from using it anymore. Start G-code. Yada 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 yada. Bed sticker. Bed sticker is a good idea actually, because that does add that offset back in. So yeah, this is a fairly thick sticker, so... Oh, but, I mean, the problem... Okay, it's late. It's like 10:45. Yes, we could add the bed sticker. The problem is the BL Touch is a mechanical sensor, so it actually touches on the surface. So it really doesn't matter whether it's touching on the glass or onto the sticker, onto the adhesive. So... yeah, I guess the only option we have is to go with a Z offset of, what's the first layer height? Width. Yes, there we go. First layer height is 0.3, so at least like a negative 0. Is that point or comma? I never know. 1.5 or something. Are these settings point? These settings are point. Okay, so let's just try and re-export it with the new settings and print again. Clean the bed first. There's plenty of 3D lack on there, so. Replace. Checked. Cool. The other way around? Nope. I'm pretty sure it's not the other way around. Cool. Let's try that again. So SD card in here. Print vase. Yes. Wasn't it supposed to be round? Well, it's I can show you. So the shape of the roundum vase is this. So it's not really round, it's random. So yeah, it goes up like that. It's, you know, it's a pattern vase. It's not totally round as you would expect it, because then you're essentially just printing a cylinder, which way more round than what the print was? Well, there is no way to check right now, so I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. It might be just these connectors being sort of really tight, but we're gonna see in a second. What's going on with the stream? Let me, while that's heating up, let me check the YouTube stream site.
With a stream,
Stream is fine for me. Mostly. Yeah, stream is fine for me, so... Yep, keep fingers away when printing. Yeah, good idea, good idea. Excellent idea, actually. BL Touch connected with springs? No, the BL Touch is not connected with springs. It's actually screwed onto the effector with a brass standoff right here. I cannot show you that, but brass standoff, fixed height. So I'm thinking it would be a one-time factory calibration for the offset that just has to be correct. And in this case, it's not quite there. Moving audio, interesting. Yeah, James. So this BL Touch connector is sort of okay. It's not all the way in because the connectors are slightly too long, but thinking so. We got a temperature display up here. That is on 10 of 210 and 80 of 80. So nah, still not sticking. That is still not sticking. Come on. Let's actually go the full 0.3 for the next time. I mean, that's still like really far off. It's interesting how that really slams into the end stops. Thankfully though, those are not mechanical end stops, those are optical ones, so really it shouldn't be an issue. Except for like acceleration values and mechanical vibrations and stuff, but cool. Eject. Got it. Print. The first layer is a negative Z. It might not try to even go there. First layer is always positive Z. But there is a peculiarity, is that how you pronounce it, with how much you can adjust the offset in your slicer, because if you, well, I can actually stand, I think I can stand right here. The maximum you can adjust the offset in your slicer is going to be at where the printer thinks is 0, typically. You know, some printers disable that Z minimum check so that it actually allows the hot end to go below the bed, which is not often a good idea. But typically you are limited to the... it's still not sticking, guys. Typically you can't compensate more than the first layer height. Okay, I'm just gonna let that print. Because it is sort of good enough, it is sort of sticking. Even though it's not perfect. Yeah, nozzle is screwed in too far, but that's mostly an assembly issue. I don't think that would actually change the geometry, because if you've got something like this, the length of a hot end should be, wow, that is completely blurry. Cool. There. The length of a hot end shouldn't be dictated by how this this assembly in the heater block looks like, but how the, if we can get it out, how far this the heat break screws into the heat sink. That is going to determine the overall length of your hot end. So it doesn't actually matter if you, what you're essentially doing, moving the heater block on the nozzle and heat break back and forth, but you do need that that heat break in the heatsink to be at the correct position. Oh, okay. So let's actually do that last step that is on the very back of the manual. Reference starting and ending G code for let me see, for the slices. So G30Z, let's actually reset this one over here. So 0, but it's like, you know, it's literally like on the back of the manual. Okay, that is reset custom G code. So G30. Increase this value will lower the nozzle closer to bed. Decrease this value will lift the nozzle away from bed. So that is just a sort of a trial and error approach. So I'm guessing, looking at that, we probably need a bit more even. Like a total of 0.5. That should squash it down fairly well. Yeah. So that would be 1.3. Cool. Yeah, problem with trusted persons in chat is everyone has a different opinion. Everyone's saying different things, so you never know who to trust. Why not calibrate it again? Because the calibration does do that. Alternative facts. Yeah, that's YouTube chat in a nutshell for you. There's that. Place eject. So now we're 0.5 millimeters lower, which I would assume would be low enough, because we had 0.3 right there. That last print was 0.3. The next one is going to be 0.2 lower than that one, which should be plenty. I'm dead. Who's dead? -1. Yeah, I I mean, I don't want to break it, the machine. It's that's not my goal today. The nozzle is definitely 0.4, yeah, but that wouldn't make a difference for the first layer because the amount of material that is extruded is not depending on your nozzle size. If you're at a fixed layer height, the full layer is always going to be a full layer. What am I planning on using this big build volume for? I don't know. I didn't even know that I was getting this printed. This thing just showed up. So, hashtag plans. Yes, I did reset the offset in Slicer. Slick 3R. Am I printing Ninja Flex? No. This is a regular PLA from Rigid Ink. I guess the one thing to point out, the TEVO machines don't come with filament for shipping weight reasons, I guess. Crap. That's actually looking decent. So I'm just using what I have here. Will I update the hot end for an E3D Volcano? Well, it's already got an E3D Volcano in there. Not quite, but good enough. Hello? There. Manually focusing is hard. That's at least going to be enough to stick, so yeah. Maybe a little lower, yes, I would like to be able to real-time adjust that, but yeah. Travel speed is pretty crazy, yeah. On-screen chat is way behind. It is not actually. The on-screen chat is exactly what I am reading as I respond to things. The only thing is, YouTube has sort of, buffering built in for people to be able to watch streams without, without stuttering, without, buffering delays. So the only thing that's happening is I'm seeing chat. It's getting uploaded to YouTube. It's getting encoded and processed, and then it's getting distributed to you guys out, and every stage has a buffer, so it's just that there's delays from when the chat is being rendered into the stream and when you are seeing it. So yeah. Baby step C, Smoothie doesn't do that. Smoothie does not have a baby step option. This is not a Marlin based firmware. This is a Smoothieware this is a Smoothieware based system, so you've got a totally different approach and totally different set of options there. Oh God, the cousins from New York are here. Chad, everyone, do me a favor, say hello to Sienna, Sophia, and Lucas. Crazy bunch, crazy New Yorkers. Joel is asking, hey, why are the wires moving along with the printed? So, zoom that thing out. Yes, they are most definitely moving along with printed. There is, like, no strain relief. I guess I could zip tie this one to the extruder here, and I could zip tie something up top, but it's like... it's not built in, not intended. Definitely not healthy, but we built it by the book. That's what counts. Yeah, second layer is looking better, but again, that is perspective. You are seeing that from, you know, an angle up here. If I look at it straight down, it's looking pretty much like the first. So it's probably not just under extruding, not just well, not just the first layer calibration, not just that, but also under extruding going on. What am I printing? I am printing the random vase. Let's just show that. So that's how it's supposed to look in the end. Hollow vase, once we get those first few layers down, it should be, you know, a much faster print. Layer fans are off? Yes, they are. So, oh, there we go. Nope. Hold on. There you go. Yeah, once that first layer goes down, it should be much faster. Let me just readjust the camera right there. Because I'm knocking stuff over. So yeah, that is still definitely on the under extruded side. If I've ever been counting, you are persistent. Well, it's not the longest stream I ever did, so. Right, let's actually break out the decibel meter. So 1 meter away. Sounds extremely loud. It is noisy, yes. I wouldn't say it's extremely loud, but I guess we can quantify it. It's around 56 decibels according to the decibel meter, so absolutely speaking, it's not the loudest machine ever. It's also not the quietest one ever, definitely, but it's not outrageously loud. So, yeah, the fans are spinning at this point. Fans are spinning up, and the layers up here do look a good bit better than the first few ones. It's definitely looking better than what the Black Widow produced. That's for sure. Yeah, first layer, that's just going to be calibration and adjusting the offset with a few test prints. Price, print size, all that basic stuff again, while we've got nothing better to do, I'd say. TEVO, Delta, depending on where you look, it's going to be called different, so you're going to find this as the little monster, you're going to find it as the TEVO Delta. I'm just realizing this belt is like super loose, but whatever. TEVO Delta, Delta Monster, that sort of stuff. It's a 800 and something euro money unit printer, so once you add imports and stuff, for me imports was 140 euros. Once you add that, you are around $1,000. Let's just say that it, you know, depending on where you buy it, where you buy it, how you buy it, when you buy it, it is going to cost a bit less or more. So yeah, kit, we just built it. Wasn't perfect to build, and Yeah, but it's definitely a much quicker build than some other kit machines because it comes pre-assembled. For example, the carriages and stuff, and the entire effector was pre-assembled, came as one part, so you just popped it in and you're ready to go, more or less. Also, electronics wiring mostly pre-wired. Print area is at least what the slicer thinks is 340 diameter, 340 millimeters diameter on the bed, and 500 millimeters tall. So that is that's like the basics right there. And still a lot of CNC machine parts, a lot of it's actually milled from a solid block of aluminum, as it looks like. A lot of aluminum parts, anodized stuff, so it does look, you know, fairly beefy and all, and it is relatively beefy with these huge columns up here. But yeah, it's still a kit. It's still not a perfect out of the box experience. Not yet. They can sort of work on that and make it that, but yeah. Where's Bella? Bella's in bed. Yeah. Purchasing links are in the video description and all. So if you want to get those, if you want to get one of these, feel free to grab one. If this assembly experience won you over. Is it wobbling a lot up top? Well, not right now. It's not really going fast. I guess the limiting factor right now is the minimum layer speed. You know, just having to have that minimum print time per layer, so that the PLA doesn't overheat. So that's mostly what's keeping it down speed-wise right now. I'm guessing, let's see, maybe we can actually arrival speed, so move speed, can we actually do print speed? Let's see. Okay, it is speeding up, so we are at 130. I don't know what that actually is in linear millimeters per second. Let's actually go twice as fast, because I think the thin walls and stuff should be able to keep up there. Right. I think we can go even faster than that. 200. Yeah, so that's a lot of taps. Yeah, speed mid print. I mean, that's something pretty much any printer can do with an LCD screen. So that's 300%. And we're getting extrusion issues. So maybe bump this down to 250 maybe. Holy crap, these LEDs are getting hot. Yeah, so the hot end in here is an E3D Volcano knockoff, but I mean, if you look at that is definitely under extrusion. That is definitely holes in the shell. And I mean, speed-wise, it's not even that crazy yet. Like, oh, okay. Look at that. That's holes. Most definitely. So, yeah, 300% or higher print speeds. Not that cool. So this is already with 210 degrees on the hot end, which is fairly hot for the rigid ink PLA. The rigid ink material usually prints at like 190 or so. I think I tested it at 190 and the... it doesn't say on the label. But it is, you know, a low temperature, you know, an easy melting material. Plus, this is a volcano hot end, so either there is something wrong with the heat break and how it's machined and, you know, how it sticks to PLA, or the extruder is not keeping up, which might be an option because, again, it's a it's that E3D Titan knockoff. And right now it is still clean. There are no particles or shreds or anything in there. Actually, let me try something. Let me tighten down the Titan clone and see if that's getting better or worse. That's full tension. There is a bit of what looks like Z-ringing, which seems to be disappearing now. Okay. That's interesting. So apparently there was a bit of... You see that? Oh, you can definitely see that. So right up here, these top layers... Actually, if you go over it, right there. So from this height approximately, that's where I started tightening the Titan. So I'm thinking this might just be... See these ripples here? These are gone. So that might be something that is an extrusion issue. Let's actually get this thing up to speed. So the Titan is almost at maximum tension right now. Let's try. So that's 300%, 350%. Much better now. But, I mean, what he can see definitely is... Well, if the light was a bit better... Oh. What I can definitely see right here is ringing artifacts and overshoots and wobbles. Actually, this right here, this is a pretty good example. So, you know, these belts are reasonably tight, so, you know, tight enough, I'd say. But of course there is some ringing going on, and at this speed it looks like there's actually, you know, the edges are getting much less sharp than the much less sharp and much less defined than on the very first layers. So I'm guessing that is a very good comparison right there. Let's knock this back down to 100 just to have a black and white comparison. Yeah, Steve Allen, like the thing with making a video showing what typical errors look like with a 3D printer and how to fix them, that's something that's actually requested all the time. The only issue with that is, first off, there's a ton of different errors that can happen. And second of all, there's a ton of different solutions for different machines. So, like right now, under extrusion was to tension the extruder. It could also be a clogged on end. It could also be temperature too low. It could also be, you know, a stuffed extruder screw. So for every issue that might be coming up, it's like, yeah, you've got these 10 solutions that might work. So it's just not as universal as that. Oh, and we do have the moths right there. The filament dragging across the room might cause ringing. Nope, definitely not. But you can definitely see at these lower speeds, the details are getting just much better resolution, or the resolution, or just sharpness, I guess. Can you see it from that side? Not really. But right here, there is a very visible sort of but yeah, high print speeds not really the best for such a, I mean, comparatively massive printer. Sure, it's a Delta, it's lightweight, but you've still got like the volcano hardened in here, and the extruder dangling, the extruder dangling around in here, which is adding weight to the carriage. You shouldn't forget that the extruder is still suspended on the carriages, and the carriages still need to move the extruder around, even if it's, you know, not quite as fast as the effector, but it's still adding bouncy in there. So bounciness, still adding weight and yeah, right in there. So bearing spool holders, not. Depends on what you're going for. What really, you know, is a bigger thing is if you've got a reverse Bowden setup. That really makes a huge difference. Roter Fruchtzweig, I actually say that the longer your filament distance is, if you have a you know, a friction spool holder, the better it is, because it's not going to be as sharp and as you know, spontaneous to pull on. This is just a continuous filament pull. So metal 3D printing, it's gonna be a while. Wider belts remedy quality issues, yes, and 0.9 degree motors probably. One belt was loose. Yeah, one of the belts of the extruders up here. How long till someone bolts a MIG welder to a 3D printer? That has actually been already done. I think this old Tony did it. He bolted a MIG welder to a 3D printer, and it 3D printed. Pretty well actually for just a, you know, MIG welder, but it definitely 3D printed. So yeah. Is this 1/32 microstep setup? I don't know, but it's got 1/32 microstepping drivers on there, so possibility. Yeah, Volker, you were too late. Am I streaming anywhere else? No, I'm only streaming on YouTube. I don't have a Twitch. Don't have a Twitch account for streaming yet. I've not used that. Interesting, that fixes it. Did I update the firmware? Nope. After tuning, do you believe in this machine? I don't know, I haven't tuned it yet. But I would just like to point out again, so it's not resonating, it's just the DRV 8225 drivers. It's, you know, the 8225s are nice drivers, but they need the right motors to work well with. They aren't universal drivers, and neither are the regular Pololo, well, Allegro drivers either. So you need to have your drivers and motors matched, and they will work well together. But it's not just, you know, pick one driver, pick one motor, and it's going to be a perfect pair each time. The dynamic drivers are a bit better there. They're a bit more universal, a bit smarter. But like Allegro and TI drivers definitely are very picky about their motors. So I would just like to point out again that looking at speed right here in the center section where we were at 300 and 350% speed, again, just no detail, no crispness, and also huge amount of artifacting there. Right now up here back at 100% speed, it's a lot crisper, it's a lot smoother. You know, at an angle I can sort of see resolution artifacts. If you look against the light, you can see them too. That's sort of hard right there, right on this surface right here. That's just delta resolution artifacts in combination with the TI drivers. But yeah, lower speed, I mean, it's pretty much true for any machine. Any machine prints better at a lower speed. That's just how it is. You know, so if some manufacturer tries to you know, promise speeds of 450 millimeters a second, I mean, any printer can move at those speeds, pretty much, almost. But printing well at those speeds is a totally different story. I'm pretty sure we could have figured these moth holes out, but it's still, you know, just even where it's printing, it's still much worse than up here. Storm, you're not going to shut up about the Cell Robux, right? I've not had a look at the Cell Robux ever since I reviewed it for all 3DP, all 3D printing. So check out the review on their site, and that's my opinion right now, essentially. Stream is dead in New York, so yeah. I have to stand for 5 hours? Nope. This is a standing desk essentially. Next door, the workshop where I used to film is a standing setup. I don't mind standing because I'm sitting all day when editing videos anyways, where I also have an electric desk, and that's been one of my best purchases. Just getting that desk, you know, getting up off my butt is, you know, awesome thing. I would recommend it to you too, for you too. Aaron York, yes, the CR10, that is actually a something I have also been considering after GearBest was like, well, you know, the ANET 8 is sold out, we're not going to be able to ship you that machine we promised you 3 months ago. They are also the ones selling the CR10 apparently, and I have been hearing things about it. Which make me interested in, you know, also trying out. The only problem is, like right now I have, let's count, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 printers, unless I'm missing one, unless I'm skipping one. Yeah, I have 12 3D, that's another one, 13. I have 13 3D printers. I am physically running out of space. So I don't know. The CR10 is pretty huge, so I don't know if I like want to do another 3D printer. Ow. I already am at too many 3D printers, so sell them. The ManFed, you know, sell them. I don't think that would be the right thing to do, because most of these, that one I bought, and that is it. Most of these printers I got for free as review samples. So I don't think it would be like the correct thing to make money off of review products that were supplied to you for being for providing a neutral opinion on it. Not really. I don't know. Just doesn't flow with me. But yeah. Do a giveaway. The problem with giveaways is, yes, I would like to do one, but a giveaway, first of all, organizing a giveaway, you can't do it on YouTube. You could do it on Gleam, but I sort of hate Gleam. That's the one thing. Then the other thing is, you know, shipping a 3D printer isn't easy unless it's like a Play or a Fabricator Mini or something. Physically shipping machine is hell, plus shipping is super expensive. If you want to, you know, make sure that it's not just, you know, getting dumped in a box and thrown around. You know, so DHL International is like $80 to ship a 3D printer. Then you've got imports to pay. You've got paperwork to provide. It's like a huge logistical hassle. Also, the other thing, the most 3D printers I have, other than like my workhorses, which are all the 2 Mark IIs, obviously, and the Ultimaker 3, which is a permanent loaner, more or less. Most of my 3D printers are modified in some way because I use them like they are mine. They are mine. I use them as test platforms, so they aren't exactly standard machines anymore. Most of them aren't. So I wouldn't be comfortable just, you know, handing one out and saying, "Hey, yeah, here, it's the whatever machine. This one I have to keep. The Mini I have to keep. Maybe like the Fabricator Mini and stuff. That would be one to give away. But I wouldn't be comfortable just handing out a custom modified printer and saying, yeah, here, there's that. Also, there's, you know, don't even bother trying to get some support on this and this and this aspect of the machine, because it's, you know, nobody else has one like it. So, yeah. Filament giveaway, that is actually something I could see myself doing with the filament manufacturer. Also, let me know if some of you who are shameless plug, some of you who are just starting out with 3D printing would be interested in winning a printer kit. Let me just switch that to full screen. This is totally not a sponsored inclusion here, sponsored placement, but a printer probably actually reached out to me to... Just kidding. They want to give one away. So this is like, I don't know, they're selling ridiculously expensive, but essentially what this thing is just, you know, basic set of tools that you need. Spatula, pliers, hex keys, nozzle wrench, tweezers, knife, side cutters, razor blade, safety goggles, gloves, you know, just basic stuff. Would that be something that you would be interested in winning? I don't know, it's like, what is the MSRP on this? 60, 70 bucks or something? A bit more, I think. Also includes one bottle of, where is it? No, that's one. One bottle of Printerfix Basic. Yeah? Yeah? Okay, yeah. Cool. Let's do that then. There will be some sort of announcement next bit. So Conrad sells them for 80. Conrad sells them? That is pretty cool. Yeah, so I'm gonna give one of those away. Donate one to a school, university. Sell out. It's called paying your bills. Get used to it. Give one out to a school, university. Yes. So the Ultimaker 3 actually right now is at a university. It's actually at my former university and printing away there. So they've got the app machine for like loaner unit, obviously, because it's not mine. I can just, you know, give it away permanently. So they've got that one as a temporary loaner, and sort of the Printabout Simple Pro that Brooke said he would ship to me eventually once they're back in stock and once they're back of back order. One of those is also going to that university when I'm gonna get the Ultimaker back, and you know, I'm just providing them with a 3D printer and sort of, you know, knowledge in that area. So I guess that is sort of a one hand helps the other. I guess it sucks that YouTube is having a bit of issues. I know that my internet connection is good here. I've also figured out how to not have this laptop on 100% CPU load, so that's also not the issue. So it seems that YouTube is having a bit of a distribution issue. Maybe I can try switching this over to let me see, to the slow mode, highly buffered mode. Maybe that's gonna ship. There we go. Maybe that is going to fix things a bit. Yeah, I mean, YouTube can sometimes not handle real time, so shouldn't be an issue. So for anyone refreshing the page or just connecting, and we are a few hours into the stream, it should be better. So if you've got problems with the stream buffering or getting all slow and stuttery and stuff, just refresh the page. It should give you a more stable playback mode, essentially. And we're done. Cool. So, a bit of resolution artifacting, as expected, because again, delta and stuff. Where is my print removal tool? I had it somewhere. I actually cut myself with that thing the other day. Sharpening it to a razor blade finish. Maybe it wasn't the smartest idea, but it just pops prints off so cleanly. If I could find it, which apparently I cannot. So let's stick to my words and use the printer kit. And not that random blade that's sitting around. So the printer kit comes with a razor blade print removal tool, which you can use to, you know, get that thing started, and then it comes with a sharpened spatula to get it off all the way. So here you go. Also, this stream has been sponsored by water. Drink it now. So, yeah, obviously, there we go. That's the vase completed. So, that is, yeah, definitely some delta resolution artifacting going on there. Which is expected considering the noise level and yeah, considering that the noise level and the general microstepping performance you would be expecting from the DRV-825. So nothing really too Delta specific, or nothing too product specific. So let's see, low angle, yay. And there we go. So obviously we do have a few different stages in this print. So we started out at regular speed, then we moved up to 300-ish, back to regular speed, tightened up the extruder, the Titan extruder, still got the holes right there, and then went back to regular 100% speed, which is, yeah, I mean, it's a pretty nice print. As much as I want to complain, there's not really anything to complain about. Obviously, if you know, this way, okay. Obviously, if you like put it against the light and really take a really close look at the at just the delta artifacts and stuff, yeah, I mean those are there. Those are on any printer basically, whether it's, well, even on non-deltas, that there are resolution artifacts, because steppers just aren't perfect unless you've got a trinamic setup. But that's a whole different story. But overall, you know, at regular print speed, pretty good, pretty happy with it. So, yeah, dead in Texas. Yeah, I don't know if you guys can watch the recording, maybe then the full info is going to come across. But overall, print quality much better than what we got of the Black Widow on the first try, which was a print that didn't even complete. But I mean, so far so good. That there were, I mean, obviously that there were a few issues, like the holes not being tapped, which is ridiculous. But overall, yeah, it's probably TEVO's best printer so far. I'd say, and you know, having it pre-assembled is pretty decent. Even though, I mean, wiring and this LCD, this dangling LCD setup sort of thing, that's still something that we'll really need to figure out, because it's just weird solutions and stuff, and also form factor. I mean, you literally can't see the screen up there, so. Yeah. So the idea is to have a review like in the next few months, up until like the meetups or meetup in Sweden, the 3D meetup. That's gonna be, I'm pretty packed schedule wise. What are the advantages of trinamic drivers? I do have videos about that. Yeah, I am a YouTuber. I do make regular videos. So check those out. I think I do explain a few things. So yeah, the 3D meetup in Sweden, that is in Helsingborg at the, when is it, March 24th, 25th, that weekend. Definitely, I'm gonna be there. The only problem, it's like the exact same weekend as the MRRF in the US. So Daniel Noré was like, yeah, I mean, like, it's cool that you're coming to Sweden, but the one weekend that you come, I'm not there. So that's, I don't know, unfortunate. But I guess the date is more or less set in stone right now. It would be nice if it was just one weekend later or earlier, but yeah, that's the way it is. It's gonna be at a better date next year if they're doing it, another one next year, which I'm expecting. That said, also CeBIT in Germany, I will be there at least Thursday and Friday, so that is the exact 2 days before that weekend. So if you're in the area, then of course there will be videos and announcements and stuff about that stuff. So yeah, for everyone asking about that, that is the 3dmeetup.se. That's the info on those. So turn PC on and off again. So Print the Dragon, no, we're not going to do that. We're going to leave it with a purple raise for now. Anyways, that is the TEVO. Wow. That is the TEVO Little Monster, TEVO Delta, depending on what name you're looking at. So again, probably TEVO's best machine so far. Still not perfect. Is it worth $1,000? Well, I don't know. That's gonna be something we're gonna have to take a look at in the full review. Anyways, yeah, BuildTech wasn't, well, BuildTech knockoff was included, obviously. Anyways, thanks everyone for being here. If you want to buy this machine, you can find the link to that in the description. That is an AliExpress affiliate link. They pay very well, so they actually pay 8% of the revenue. So wherever you see that AliExpress link, you are helping out whoever placed that a lot. Get subscribed if you enjoyed the stream. Give it a thumbs up to to offset those 3 downvotes that the stream got before it even started. I guess people just look at the stream page, at the announcements page, and say, hey, yeah, stream. And then they see, yeah, it's up, it's starting in 6 hours, and they're like, I want it now. Give the stream a thumbs up. Also check out Patreon if you want to support my work here, or use the affiliate links. That's just my standard sign off. So anyways, thanks everyone for being here. Have a nice evening. It is 15 minutes till midnight right here, so I am going to have a nice cup of tea and then go to bed. So yeah, thanks everyone for sticking around. Thanks for the tips and for entertaining me in chat, and for the help and support there. Have a nice evening. I will try to... so right now I'm just going to waste some time because I don't want to click end the stream yet, because as far as I'm told, that's going to cut off like 20 seconds off of the video. So yeah. Right. I guess that's good enough. Thanks everyone for being here. Have a good night. And I'll see you in the next one.